Enter Paranormal M, where the unexplained comes to life. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay up to date on our spooky tales. Get ready for a truly haunting experience. My experience house sitting with a ghost. My friends are tired of this story, so I'm going to inflict it on you. I've house sit for hundreds of families, and only once was the place haunted. I was pet sitting in a fancy part of the town. Many of the homes aren't visible from the street. The lots are set back on acres and acres. One of the houses I sat for even had a private lake. This time I was staying in a giant wooden lodge on a winding, precarious gravel road. One swerve, and you fall into a river 100 feet below. It was wild. It was dark, quiet, with tons of animals. This was a few days after Halloween. I hear a racket coming from the upstairs. It's around 11 p.m. Squirrels, maybe. The next night, the racket is back at 11 p.m. sharp. The Rottweiler gets upset, whining and running in circles, finally pissing in the corner. She's known as the Iron Bladder, so this was unthinkable to me. We'd been out only 3 hours previously. The racket is getting louder. Sounds like somebody's walking around upstairs, banging into things. At this point, I'm scared. I call my witchy friend and she suggests I do a circle of protection. The racket dies down. We go out to the kitchen and I see a thing in the rafters. It's only visible for a second or two. It looks like an invisible person wearing a white sheet twirled briefly left and right and then disappeared. Way to confirm to a stereotype ghost. I do a protection circle. Dog sits in a respectable distance away while I turn in circles with a knife pointing outwards. Good dog. Dog runs up to me when I finish, and I put the knife down. She's licking me happily. I'm glad the owner doesn't have indoor cameras. I'm imagining seeing that. I tell the owner that he has squirrels in the attic. He says he doesn't have an attic. I go up the stairs and I see that it's an old bedroom. My boyfriend tries to tell me that it was just my head. I try to forget this happened, but I'm just a jumpy mess every time I house sit. I start to decline gigs. 6 months pass. It's time for our next gig in the haunted house. I meet the owner for a walk. I pretty much convinced myself nothing happened, and besides, it's really good money, so... He starts telling me about his young son. His age is 13 or 16, judging from the pictures. They had died roughly a year ago on this property. He believes in spirits, too. He saw a buck with a big rack, and it paused and it stared at him in the driveway. I believe that was my son. I smile and nod, unwilling to tell him I'm pretty sure I saw a son, too. I dog sit for him again, and I go for a swim in his pool. But I feel something is off. I put my hands down on the side of the pool to pull myself out. There's large handprints to either sides of my hands. I pull myself out quickly. I try to forget about what happened, but I never sat for them again. It ended pretty messily. It was my fault, but that's beside the point. My boyfriend tries to convince me nothing actually happened. Squirrels or branches on the roof or dogs can have accidents, or your headlamp created a reflection on the ceiling. You already put your hands down to the poolside. I probably hurt my credibility by calling him to cry one night that a ghost moved my cake. Check in the fridge, he suggested. Why would it be in the... Oh. Yeah. I see spirits after they die. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but please hear me out. I know people say it's hallucinations because you miss your loved ones, but this is not that. It started when I was 4 and my Auntie Pat died from lupus. Before my mom told my brother and I the news, I saw my auntie. She came into my room while I was watching TV and sat on my bed and rubbed my hair, sort of. She had just done my braids, and it wasn't uncommon for her to come around any time, so I assumed that she was just visiting. She walked out of the door, and I found it weird that she hadn't poked, but I was 4, so I left it alone. I only remember this vividly because the next morning, my mom told us that she had died the previous afternoon. After I asked her why she visited last night, she looked shocked and told me I was dreaming. This has happened to me with every loved one since. I've lost several aunties and uncles, my 2-year-old cousin, my grandpa, my great-grandpa, my best friend, and several close friends since then. Every time they come to me and sit quietly before leaving. The next day, or even a few hours later, I always get news that they've passed. The most recent was about my baby's father, who I had just saw last in January. I live in an apartment now, and when I saw him standing at my room door on May 22nd, I knew he was dead. He came, sat with me, holding my hand and kissing my forehead when he left. I broke down knowing once again somebody I loved would be leaving me. Got the call a few hours later around 5 in the morning. He had passed at 12 a.m. I saw him at 2. Rest in peace. The Kid in the Basement. When I was about 7 to 8 years old, I remember going to sleep over at a kid's house. I'm going to call him Richard, though this was long ago. I may be forgetting what his real name is. Their parents were friends with my parents, so we weren't really close friends, but I was very happy about it. He had what may have been the coolest thing for a kid in the 80s to ever see. A Pac-Man arcade cabinet in his basement. That's pretty cool. Now, to help understand the story, you need to understand the layout of the house. This was a raised ranch. You walked in the front door looking at a small set of stairs that leads down to a finished basement area. Then there's a similar set of stairs right next to that goes up to the main floor. You could see the kitchen from the landing up the stairs as you entered the house, and to the right was the living room. The left side of the main floor was a hallway to the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. One was Richard's, where I'd be sleeping with another one of his friends, and I'm going to call him Michael. Don't really remember what his real name was. But the basement, that's what I was focused on. Because if you went down to the basement's family room, there's a hallway that has a small room to the left where the arcade cabinet was. It was a small room covered with brown wood paneling. Like, well, most basements. Just tripped all over myself. Like most basements in the 80s had. The front door of the coin receptacle was left open so you didn't need his quarters. You would just sort of flick the little metal pin to mimic a quarter and play. This is where I wanted to go, but it was time for bed. Now, going into Richard's room, it was covered in WWE, or WWF at the time, and all these posters and toys. I wasn't really into them as the 2 of them were. I had Nintendo. But I did play with them like kids do. We ended up staying up very late, much too late really, because parents just let us do pretty much whatever we wanted. That was also pretty common in the 80s, and it was great. This was also my first real sleepover when we had the run of the house. Considering we were 3 boys not being watched, we weren't really doing anything dangerous. Play wrestling, watching TV in his room, and going to the kitchen for junk. However, we really were not playing Pac-Man. Yet, I thought. At some point, I'm sitting in Richard's room by myself. The 2 of them left for some reason. I felt a little bit uncomfortable for whatever silly reason. They were gone a long time, self-conscious over the fact that I was not really close friends with either of them. I asked myself, what were they doing without me? Let me check. I leave the room walking towards the basement, thinking that must be it. Even if they weren't there, I'd get to play, so it's a win-win. I walked down those stairs to the basement where it was dark, but it was bright enough to see. It may have been a full moon or there were outside lights, but I didn't really need to turn on any other lights to see. I saw the room and I saw the hallway where the arcade awaits, but then Richard walked out and stood in front of me. He didn't say anything, he was in his underwear. This was very uncomfortable because he looked mad, like he didn't want me to go down there. I stood in the bottom step not moving for a while, none of us really saying anything. Finally I figured, okay, you do not want me down here. So I just went back upstairs and I went to bed. I looked up the second stairs toward the kitchen. That's where the chill crawled up my spine. Richard and Michael were in the kitchen, getting something to eat, and were up there the whole time. Now, Richard was an only child. There wasn't anyone else in the house other than his mother and father. Their rooms were across the hall from his. There was no other way from the basement to the kitchen other than maybe from outside. They couldn't have walked past me without me knowing. There wasn't enough time to put clothes back on and get back into the kitchen. And if there were, they were just pranking me or something like that. They also didn't say anything about what I saw, because, well, I said nothing. Thinking if they were pranking me that they would have mentioned it. I went into the kitchen and ate some food and went right to bed. Again, if this was a joke, a 7 or 8-year-old boy would have said something, right? Didn't say a word to anybody about the kid in the basement, and to this day I have no explanation for this. Relax, sir. Paranormal Story at My Best Friend's House, Part 1. I've been staying at my best friend's house for the past month or so. I was babysitting her kid, or my godson. The house is only a short 2-story complex. My godson is only about 1.5 years old, but he's been showing me some mysterious behavior lately. We live in the beautiful state of New Hampshire, but sometimes it's not that boring as it seems. New Hampshire is known for its historical background and beautiful scenery, but sometimes it's more than just the history and the scenery that can bring a man here. I was sitting on her couch as usual, minding my business, and I was about maybe midnight. She has LEDs, and she always has the color purple on. It's right by the living room. It's simple, but small kitchen. I believe that's the source of the strange things that have been happening. I was never able to capture any other evidence besides, her boyfriend as well as herself listening and hearing the noises sometimes. Just last night, we thought the baby was awake because we heard knocking from his room. So I go to his room to check on him. I walked up her creaky-ass stairs in hopes to get the baby's attention that somebody was coming to his rescue. I opened his door only to find him still asleep and the mystery knocking had stopped as soon as I'd gotten up there. Sometimes things happen in the kitchen while I'm asleep on the couch, and me being a 20-year-old female with a baby face, along with a short and stubby frame. I disappeared under my covers and just talked to my fiancé on the phone. Told him everything that happened. He thinks it's getting to me because we've been watching Sam and Colby videos almost every night. But I know what's going on. I feel the presence behind me even now as I type this. My best friend, her boyfriend, and I went shopping for a Ouija board. We're not sure if we're being ballsy or if we're moving, the planchette. My best friend's house may be haunted. I'm just going to cut to the chase and tell you what's been happening after a short introduction. Hello, I'm Kay, and I've been staying over at my best friend Lexi's house for the past month or so. I was babysitting her son while she goes to work. The baby and I have both been hearing things, but it's mainly been the adults in the house who are afraid of what could possibly be lurking in the darkness of her kitchen and stairwell. This all takes place at the late hours of the night, as well as the wee hours of the morning. I've started noticing things even before I knew what they were. This was since I was a little girl. I moved quite a bit during my childhood, and almost everywhere I went, something would follow me. It all started as just sounds and knocks to seeing things in the corner of my eye to shadows. Nothing ever moves or would flip over, but there's usually like a presence here and there. Sometimes I wonder what it could be. Sometimes I mind my own business, or I just ignore it altogether. At the different locations I moved to, it was more of just knocks, bangs, and whispers. I never thought that it could get any worse, but I'm glad to say that it's been that way since then. I started seeing it the longer I was here. I'm almost certain that it was getting closer since I'm always, sleeping with my head towards the front door instead of by the doorway to the kitchen and the living room. I never got a glimpse of what I thought was the face, this figure that I saw. It was dark, really dark, as if light never touched it before. I didn't think it was possible because I've never seen anything that dark before, and I'm an African American. One night I was playing video games with my online friends. I was also doing this with my fiancé. That was before I had told him that I was going to go get ready for bed. Something behind me fell. I thought it was something from the couch that I left on the corner of the cushion maybe, like my phone just in case I needed it. It wasn't. There was nothing behind me. Next to me, above me, or in front of me besides the roof, floor, and the TV. I let my friends know that they thought I was just being paranoid, but told them about how our house can be a bit weird and particular, especially in the kitchen. The knocks and bangs from upstairs in the whole house while the rest of the complex is asleep. No one else was awake, and it was about midnight. I tried to sleep it off and not think about it, but as I have insomnia, I wake up almost every 3 hours. It may have been me being groggy as I woke up or my eyes even playing tricks on me, but I saw something move in the darkness of the kitchen. I really did. It was just a dark, slender figure. I don't know if it was facing me or not, but it was just there. It was unmoving and not speaking. Not floating around or even standing on the floor. It wasn't there for long. It left. Not turned on its heel and left, but just simply disappeared, just gone. I never saw something until that night, but I was pretty damn tired, so I pulled a blanket over my head and went back to sleep. I woke another 3 hours later to the sound of Lexi's boyfriend getting ready for work. I knew Lexi would be up in another hour, seeing as how she'd been getting ready for work as well, so I just woke up, took my vitamins, and got dressed for another day of babysitting. I never had a problem with kids, it was just the way I was. But when the baby started crying and pointing at the corner, especially the corner I was next to, I started freaking out and finishing up the dishes as well as cleaning. I just blocked off the doorway to the kitchen with one of the baby gates and sat on the couch watching its show and just gave him the bottle and he had milk in. He was more than calm and collected now, especially that he was occupied with me. The last thing I felt before turning around and leaving the kitchen was something tugging on my shirt. I just tried to shrug it off as my shirt was getting caught on a hook or on the wall, something like that. I only go into the kitchen if I really have to wash dishes or get up, something to eat. If anybody has any questions or advice, I'd deeply appreciate it. We smudged the house already, so that's that. It may not sound genuine, but I can promise you, that's all I can remember and put together. Hearing voices coming from the cornfield. This happened last summer in late July. It was me, my sister, our cousins on their farm. We were sitting in their UTV with one of my cousins driving alongside the cornfield. We weren't going all that fast, so the noise coming from the vehicle wasn't that loud. That's when we heard what sounded like either my uncle or my dad's voice coming from the direction of the field. But at that point in the year, the corn was above our heads, so we couldn't really see anything. I told my cousin to stop driving for a second and asked if anybody heard that. They all nodded their heads and said what they heard, and we all heard the same sentence. Forgot what it is now because it's been so long, but it was something along the lines of, "Come back," or "Where are you going?" Which is strange. It was because, well, once we were already far enough along the trail that no one would be near, the closest neighbor was on a completely opposite side than we were. And what really made us scared was that both of our dads had left a few minutes ago. There was no chance that they would have been out there. Anyways, because we're all so shaken up from that, we turned back and went inside and asked if it was possible if our dads had come back already or if they had left later than we thought. They were definitely not on the property during whatever happened. This confirmed it for us, so my cousin and I went, got his gun, got some other weapons for us to go back to investigate. We spent probably 30 minutes back there trying to find a source for what happened. But we didn't find anything. I've heard other stories of people hearing voices of people they know or even themselves coming from another room. That's when no one's actually there. Is there a scientific explanation for this strange thing I saw in the sky? I've Googled this and I can't find any answer. So this is my best option for now. Somewhere between 2 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. on 7/25. I was so surprised and freaked out that I texted my mom about it, so I was able to go back and check the date and time. My boyfriend and I were driving down Main Street in our city. We were on our way home from my parents' house. I saw a bright star in the sky. I pointed it out to my boyfriend and was like, "Wow, look at that really bright star, babe, it's moving." The quote-unquote star shot from the right side of the sky to the left side pretty fast. It was almost like a shooting star, but it was extra bright and moved smoothly and far without the light dimming or going away. Then, and this is when I really started freaking out, by the way, it stopped in one spot. It started to elongate. I literally watched it look like it was growing and getting bigger. Then it turned into a fucking crescent moon. My mind was literally blown, still is. There was nothing tall on the ground to obstruct my view of the quote-unquote star or the quote-unquote moon. So the fact that it was moving like that and changing shape right before my eyes made me feel like I was in the middle of the Twilight Zone. All of this happened over a span of 13-20 minutes. Like how long it takes me to get maybe from my house to my parents' house. I've been looking it up here and there and haven't found anything that describes what I saw. Maybe somebody here knows. It's just something I don't really know about. I feel really stupid, but I'd rather at least have some answers. Anybody know what that is? Turning into a crescent moon. Never heard that one. I think I may have been cursed. I keep seeing things that keep disappearing before me. Let me start with a little bit of a background. I grew up in a house that has well over 200 plus years of history one way or another. The property originally used to be a complex with a few buildings. But we're going to focus on the house where my family stayed, 2 rooms barely big enough for a single 6-foot person to lay down. A small shack toilet next to the rooms as well in the yard. The place was situated right next to a graveyard. In one of the original rooms, there's a window facing the graveyard, so you could see the graves 2 feet away from you if you opened the window. It was close. Nobody knows what the building used to originally be, nor when the original buildings were built. But with a bit of digging in local history and land records, I was able to dig up that it was originally using, I guess, maybe a royal estate, and seemed to change hands maybe 2 times before my family moved in. That was a little bit less than a century ago. There's conflicting information about it being a taxation office around the 1700s, later being purchased by a trader. Don't have any information about the trader. I was unable to find anything, but the property had definitely changed hands to a different person since then. At least from whom finally my grandparents had bought the property from. Around that time, my country gained independence. My grandpa was sort of involved in this independence movement. So, the place had also become a spot where many of those resistance meetings were held in different buildings in the complex. Much of the reason why my grandparents resided in such small rooms on one side of the complex. Around that time, 2 people committed suicide in one of the rooms in one of the buildings. There are legends that when it was still under the royal estate, a lot of people were killed here for one reason or another, unable to pay tax. My grandma used to tell me this and don't really know much about it, so it's unconfirmed. Moving on, since I don't really know much about what happened after that, but after independence, most part of other buildings, excluding the house, were converted to a small hotel and modified. It was put on rent as shops, and some presence from the independence movement occupied some parts of other buildings in the complex. Anyways, around 1960s, the area changed. A lot of graveyards were eventually moved. Don't really know why. The area was redeveloped. My grandpa also expanded the house where they stayed, but with the original structures incorporated into it. Like building more rooms and better toilets. He also purchased some adjacent plots at the time and built a wall around much of the perimeter. A few years later, one day, they find a dead body floating in the well. Somebody jumped the perimeter wall and committed suicide in the well. The body was taken out and the well was cleaned. They continued drinking water from it. Sometimes I wish I had a video recorder on. I want it to be the gecko making the noises. But it's 4:28 a.m. And everybody knows geckos are asleep by now. Back to the story. So they found a dead body floating in the well. Somebody had jumped the perimeter wall and committed suicide. Body was taken out and it was cleaned, and they continued drinking water from it. Ugh. Later in the 70s, there was a bit of a communist uprising in the country. A lot of violence took place, and a person was stabbed to death inside of our house. And it was bombed by communists. 1 or 2 were killed around the complex as well as other buildings. After a decade or so, the political climate had much settled down. My grandparents once more decided to expand the house. This time building an entire new house right next to the old one in the plots, which was part of the graveyard previously. This is a little bit of background of the house, much of which I didn't know till 3 years ago. So now my story begins. Since I was 3 years old, I apparently used to see a lady around the house and talk to her. But when somebody would ask whom I'm talking to, I would point and tell them that nobody was there. Well, it's not just me with whom such incident has taken place. My grandma used to see a lady in another building, and my parents have had a similar experience of seeing people around the house, as well as some guests who didn't know anything about it. But I'm going to stick to what happened to me. This incident was when I was around 5 or 6. One day at night, the power went out, and when the power returned, I saw this shadow of a humanoid creature with a fox-like tail going up the stairs. I saw it vividly as such. I can remember it still now, and I got fever, immediately. I was sick for a few days after that. Nothing much happened to me after that, nor that I can remember. But I think it was the beginning of my horror. When I was 12 or 13, I had this friend, and she one day said that she would come over to my house and she saw something. She got so scared and immediately went home. She never talked to me completely, cut contact, never saw her again. The vibes of somebody staring at us or going up or down the stairs, etc., that everybody felt in the house, other than that, nothing much really happened to me. That was till 2016, when I was around 15 or 16. That was when I started having dreams of talking to this girl who had glasses on, a very vivid dream. I still remember her very clearly. Both of us were talking on the roof of our house. She would tell me about herself, and these dreams continued like multiple dreams. Every night this would happen. Around the same time, my school crush used to come over to my house, and we did, And one day after she left my house, it was pretty late. She went to her home. She lived close by. That night she woke up in the middle of the night and heard a voice calling for her around from a tree in her yard. And when she took a look out her window, she seemed to saw someone hanging on the tree. We soon after got distanced. She was super frightened, and they moved away to another city soon after, which was already in plans. Meanwhile, my dreams continued of the same girl, where we would be confined, so much of our stuff to each other, and stuff then came one evening. What is going on? I saw this girl, the girl from my dreams. The girl from my dreams I've been having months, same dreams. She was standing outside my room. She called my name, turned around and left. I was in the bed. I run after her because it was impossible, because first I knew the front door was locked and nobody was there except me and my mom in the house. Nobody had seen her leave. There's a bunch of people working outside in her front door, and she didn't have a cross past them, and none of them saw her, nor did I see her leave the front door, and my mom, who was also in the house at the same time, saw and heard her clearly and ran after her. Didn't seem to see where she went either. It's almost over. From that day on, I stopped having her dreams. Or your dreams with her in it, perhaps. But new problems did start to arise soon after that winter. I saw that shadow creature with a foxtail again this time. It was followed by death in the house soon after. After that, it felt super uneasy for everybody to stay in the house. After a few weeks, things had settled down a lot. Till I started having super strange dreams. But since 2016, I would most of the days have the strange dreams or nightmares, mostly always related to ghosts, that continues to this day. And people still continue to see these things around the house. Let's not get too upset at him. I believe this is translated. My experience during college. I'm from India, and I had to move away from my hometown for studies. I was renting a house where 7 of my friends are. The house had 2 floors. The ground floor was locked, and we didn't have access to it. The second floor had 2 bedrooms and 1 room that had no window, kind of a storage room. This house was attached with other houses. One on the wall was shared with the other house. The terrace was also attached. So during the nighttime, we always would hear footsteps. We would disregard them as somebody from the next house walking upstairs. This happened daily, braised, and we mostly didn't care about it. Braised. The back of our head, we knew that something wasn't right. We did go up to check if something's there. We had small stray puppies come to our room. We used to play and feed them, so it was friendly to us at least. Me and my friend always go out at around 10:30 p.m. to get some tea of snacks. But one night, I had assignment to finish, so I told my buddies to go without me. It should have been 15 minutes after they left, and I heard the footsteps, but I didn't bother to acknowledge it. Then one of them pupped Cam upstairs, and I put some food for it in the bowl. Net my bed for him. Usually the pup would come in without hesitation, but this time the pup just sat down outside the door. Tried calling it, but the pup wouldn't step in. Then it started crying and howling. I got goosebumps and my mind just kicked in. Survival mode. I just ran from the house. I didn't look back or tried lock or run off the lights. I ran till I found my friends. I told my buddies what happened and they just laughed it off. The other incident was my friend having the episode of sleep paralysis. He told me an old scary-looking lady was sitting on his chest. He couldn't move or talk. One of my other friends saw him struggling and he kind of woke him up. He did not know what sleep paralysis was at that time. I saw a ghost in the woods last night. Last night, me and my friend decided that we wanted to go into the woods to get a little bit scared. So we brought flashlights and a knife, went down to a creek in our woods. To get the best experience, we turned the flashlights off and stood there. Both of us had an overwhelming feeling that we were being watched. So we got out of those woods. Later that night, we're hanging out on a small street. It's near our houses. We wanted to get scared again, so we went to a dark corner of the road, where it's just suspicious houses in the woods. We both felt the same feeling from earlier that we were being watched. So we looked down into the woods about 50 yards away and noticed a certain part of the woods was pitch black. You could also sort of make out the rest of the woods, but part of it was definitely blacker than that. The feeling started to get more ominous. We started to feel surrounded. We heard walking in the woods and leaves being crunched and twigs breaking. The silence was too loud. Without even speaking to each other, we both had an overwhelming feeling of dread. We both sprinted back up the street. But while I was sprinting, I turned to look back, and for a split second I saw a girl in a white gown in the dark spot I had mentioned earlier. She didn't have a body. The only thing I could make out was a body that looked like a gray aura. It was outlining where the body should be. We ran back to my house and couldn't even describe what we were feeling. But I know I'm staying out of the woods for a while. Terrifying encounter at Vicky's house. This experience took place in the spring of '77. That was when I was 5 years old. My mother had a friend named Vicky who had invited us to spend the weekend at her house. Vicky's house was not some run-down, obviously haunted. Something, that you would expect for a story like this. It was actually a newer 2-story build that was less than 10 years old. While the house didn't give off any weird vibes, I remember that Vicky wasn't exactly the nicest woman. Always seemed to be giving my sister and I trouble, like she was thinking we were going to damage something by being kids. Fair. In Vicky's basement, she had one of those hanging half-basket wicker chairs that were popular in the '70s. I was down in the basement sitting on the wicker chair, being very careful as I didn't want to give Vicky another reason to tell me off. That's when suddenly, the chain and rope that fastened the chair to the ceiling broke. It fell forward on the open side, trapping me inside of it like a cage. At the time, it just fell to the floor. Vicky's stereo suddenly turned on by itself. It started playing very loud music. I was utterly terrified and screamed for my mother. My mother and Vicky came rushing downstairs. My mom got me out from under the chair while Vicky shut the stereo off. Vicky then started laying into me for breaking the chair and playing with the stereo, but my mom told her to shut it. We left shortly afterwards when I'd calmed down. To this day, I can vividly remember the feeling of terror as that chair fell on top of me, the stereo coming on loudly. When I brought it up to my mom years later, she remembered the incident and took us home because she didn't think it was possible for me to turn on the stereo and manage to break the chair in the same time. It was basically instantaneous. She thought Vicky was acting like a bitch the entire time. Yelling at me for the incident was the last straw. I never went back to Vicky's again. Can't say that I'm at all heartbroken about it, though. Something in that house did not like me. And it wasn't just Vicky. Bed on which there's activity. I've been living in a flat with my family since my childhood. In the room which I shared with my sisters, both older than me, we have 2 beds, a single queen-sized bed and a normal double bed. Before I got my own room, I shared the double bed with my older sisters. I've had a few experiences seeing things like a black figure sleeping across or hearing a human-like talking noise from under the bed. But I was a child then. Definitely cannot rely on those memories. Well, at least as being real, because I was super scared and imaginative about most of these things. Fast forward to now, 2022. My middle sister uses the room to herself. The oldest sister is married and staying elsewhere. The 2 beds still remain and she uses the queen-size bed, not the bigger double bed. I recently moved into this house after being away for close to a year. I was using her room while she was away on a trip, because her room is bigger. I slept on the double bed and I was using the room to myself. Only me and my parents were in the home and their room was all the way on the other end of the flat. So, whenever I slept in this room, I felt a very strange sensation, like I wasn't alone. I've lived in several houses over the past years, and none of them have ever had me feeling like this. This is my home where I've lived most of my life, and yet I felt uneasy in this room alone. One of the nights, I also felt like something sat or slept next to me while I was on the bed. This was pretty scary, but I don't tend to believe in these things, so I shrugged it off as my own sense of fear creating illusions or senses. I slept in that room for a week. Throughout this week, I woke up several times in the night switching on the light to make sure I really was alone. I used to shut the balcony door and windows to calm myself down. It was because I thought it was possible, or at least I thought it was possibly the sounds from outside that makes me feel like that. The dreams I got on that bed were horrible. I dreamt of the worst things possible and even dreamt things like me getting pulled into the wall next to the bed and getting stuck in the concrete wall alive. I dreamt of death of people I knew. I died in my dreams. It wasn't the greatest, but I tend to dream a lot, generally, so it didn't bother me. I moved back into my room one night, a few nights prior to my sister coming back. I didn't think about it much, got sound sleep in my own room. Now, a week ago, my sister came to me and told me about something that she experienced recently. She was sitting on the bigger bed talking to her fiancé on the other call and had a blanket over her. She felt like something tugged on the blanket. She pulled it back over her and secured it properly. Apparently it happened 4 more times, and she even mentioned it to her fiancé that something's in the room and tugging and pulling on the blanket. She simply prayed and went back to bed, the queen-size bed that she uses normally, and nothing happened after that. When I asked more about it, it seemed like even she had horrible dreams on that bed every time she sleeps on it. Also, one of the nights last week, she was laying on the bed and my mom saw that she was sleeping in a weirdly pushed and squeezed up manner toward the top edge with her neck and head being in a bad position. My mom woke her up, asked her to sleep properly to avoid any needless aches. When she woke up, she had a horrible pain in her wrist. It was so bad that she had to apply medication on it, tie a bandage on it for a few days, like in the case of a sprain. She said that when she woke up, her wrist felt immense pain, like it was burning. Now, I don't know what's up with this bed, but I want to know what to do about it. If there is an entity, should I go shout at it and try to get it out of my home, or should I try something else? I'm not scared of it per se. I don't want to needlessly encounter any violent activity, though. I'm planning on sleeping on this bed myself to confirm this theory, see if this is just a misunderstanding of some kind. Good man. Strange tapping sound every night. I stay in a house which has 3 bedrooms, out of which I rent 1. My bedroom is the one on the first floor, right below the attic. Now I don't know why, but every night after 1 a.m., usually 3 a.m., but sometimes earlier, I hear these tapping sounds in my room. They usually start in the one corner where my drawers are, and eventually I hear these taps on my desk, sometimes my cupboard. The taps are pretty quick and almost rhythmic in a sense. It's about 1.5 taps per second. It's a relatively square room, so I can see almost everything from any part of the room. I usually hear these taps when I'm on my bed, most of the time when I'm awake. I sleep pretty late, so yeah. And sometimes, even when I'm asleep, it wakes me up. But the strange thing is, as soon as I turn toward the tapping noise, it stops for a bit. At least the rhythmic taps. Still happening right now. And believe it'll continue till about 4 a.m., after which I've never heard any. As soon as I try to figure out the source of the sound, it stops. And after that point, it's just random creaks and taps around in my room. I also hear some taps and sounds from the attic on the top of my room ceiling, which none of us have really given up because you need a ladder and we haven't gotten one. Plus, it's going to be really dusty and crude, so no point. Does anybody have any idea about what this can be, or have you experienced anything like this before? I don't really believe in ghosts, but it's just so random that it only happened between these timings. I've had some other experience in this room, but I feel like disregarding them. It's because they've been when I'm asleep or trying to be. Once I felt like the bed was shaking and I woke up, but I was really too tired to care, so I slept through it. Went on for 10 seconds, so I really was aware about it. Then I heard my own voice say, "Yo." After hearing that, I was wide awake. I say yo very often, but hearing my own voice wake me up after my bed shakes for a while, I don't know. Seems sketchy to me. I've also felt like something sat next to me when I was laying on the bed. I was just trying to sleep though, so I don't know if I could have just imagined it. The imagination is strong, but shaking for 10 seconds. My bedroom door threw a tantrum. I can't really say I believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I had this experience a while back that I just can't understand. Ever since I was little, it would take me a very long time to go to sleep. I'm talking like laying in bed for 3 hours before actually falling asleep. This one night a few years ago, I remember getting very annoyed. It's because I couldn't fall asleep. I'd been lying in bed for at least 4 hours already. It was around 1 a.m. and I had to wake up at 6 a.m. for school. So I was really just trying to fall asleep. At the time, for some reason, I was terrified to sleep in pure darkness, so I had an antique lamp on during all hours of the night. It was well past the age where a nightlight was acceptable to have, by the way. I was finally drifting to sleep when I heard a loud slam. I slowly opened my eyes, still very drowsy, being seconds away from peacefully sleeping. Clear as day, I watched my bedroom door, which was formerly closed, swing open, then slam again. I watched as my door opened and slammed shut faster and faster. There was nothing I could really do besides watch it. My lamp was on and illuminating the door, so I was able to see that no one was grabbing the doorknob or anything like that. After at least 2 minutes of me watching my door rapidly open and close, I got kind of fed up. I wasn't scared at all, which is kind of odd. I just ended up mumbling, "Can you, stop?" The door slammed one final time. That was it. Rolled over towards the wall, my back to the door, and fell asleep. In the morning, I checked my wall. I saw a hole that the doorknob left when it slammed into it, so it definitely wasn't a dream. Still, I'm not sure what it was really about, but nothing like that has happened since. You need a doorstop. Something sprinted down the stairs. So I was in my living room playing Xbox, sitting on the couch. It was late, like 1 a.m. My parents were at a wedding that weekend. As I'm playing the game, I hear ruffling going on in my room upstairs. I don't care because I just assume that it was my brother and I continue playing. Then all of a sudden, somebody's full-on charging down the stairs, like fucking sprinting. When they reach the end, they start straight into the kitchen. I hear the fridge door open, then slam close. My cat on the left side, my dog on the right side were sleeping. They both jumped up when it happened. The running sound jump-scared me too. I yelled, "Why the hell are you running down the stairs like that?" I got no response. My dog went back to bed, but my cat stared at the kitchen doorway and was meowing a lot, which is uncommon, being he's usually very quiet. I wasn't scared at all at the moment, though, because I thought it was my dumbass brother. I walked at a quick pace to the kitchen while saying, "Scared the shit out of me with how loud you were running." And I see the kitchen's empty. I felt immediate chills. Some alarm bells were going off, but I thought, guess he somehow snuck back upstairs quietly. I was feeling a little bit scared and wanted confirmation in my explanation. So for relief, I went upstairs, and halfway up, I get a text from my brother. "I'm sleeping over at Lizzie's. I'll be back around the afternoon." No one was home. Joint sighting of a ghost. Help me find an explanation. It was around 8 years ago. I still cannot find any way to understand what has happened, except thinking of something paranormal. It was a summer night. I was getting back to home after some time out with my friends. I was giving a ride in my car to a friend of mine. It was like 3 a.m. We were hungry, so he invited me to get inside to eat something. We put a pizza in the oven, ate it, spent some time chatting. Then we walked to the door as I was about to leave around 4 a.m. We were standing near the house entrance in a small hall. His back was facing the door and I was in front of him, standing about 1.5 meters distance. Next to me there was his cat. We were talking about it, and as he was telling me about its behavior, we didn't expect what was about to happen. Our talk was suddenly interrupted by something passing between us that caught our attention, followed by a dull noise. We froze and stiffened up. A few moments of silence passed, and I told him in the most cautious and unbiased way possible, "Tell me what you've seen." He told me that he had seen the figure of a person passing between us. His description totally matched what I had seen, so I was sure I didn't hallucinate. It was something dark like a shadow, but you could see through it. It was tall, or higher than us anyway. I remember, when it passed, it was higher than my friend's head. I accurately remember that I could see the profile of a person, maybe that of a woman. The forehead, the nose, the lips, the chin, the neck, and then the chest. That faded into having no color anymore. In fact, we didn't see neither legs nor feet. It was just the upper body, which was sort of levitating. It was levitating as it transitioned from my right to my left, and it was smooth. It was slightly faster than a person walking. The head did not seem to bob. My friend told me that he also saw the blue comb on the shelf at my left moving. That was what made the dull noise when the shadow passed between us. His brother woke up before him the day after and told him what he saw. He said a ghost in the kitchen. We didn't investigate more. Nothing else happened at his house ever since. I may not trust his brother, from which I don't have a detailed explanation, but I can't ignore what happened to me and my friend. We were two independent observers, with two different positions respectively to what we saw. As it passed right between us, all the lights in the house were on, we were far from the windows, the door was closed. So it's difficult for me to think of a shadow cast by something or of a delusion. Those don't seem proper. I distinctly remember seeing the face of my friend. so there's no power surge that dimmed the house lights. I have no proper explanations. A spirit tapped on my forehead. My parents sold their house that they've lived in for the past 20 years. They were removing photo frames and artwork. All of this was just hanging on the walls. One of those frames contained a painting of an old house that my stepfather's auntie, stepfather's father, and family used to live in. That old house was also knocked down. A new house was built on the same block of land which my stepfather's auntie also lived in. That was until she passed away. Then the house and the land was sold. My stepfather's auntie passed away from cancer many years ago. My stepbrother also had pretty fond memories of that house, also passed away a few years ago, and my stepfather's father also passed away many years ago. As you would imagine, the frame and painting was a bit dusty from hanging on the wall for 20 years. So my parents put that frame painting on the kitchen table. They were vacuuming and cleaning the dust off the painting. I was standing next to them, observing the vacuuming process and admiring the painting. Who talks like that? This is where it gets weird. Out of nowhere, I felt something gently tap on my forehead while my parents were vacuuming the painting. Vacuuming the painting? I was initially a bit freaked out by this, then I realized that this is very likely something that could have been a spirit, either my stepfather's auntie, my stepfather's father, or my stepbrother, who possibly could have tapped on my forehead. I believe that my forehead being tapped on was a sign from above that they were watching and appreciated that the painting of the old house was being cleaned and cared for. What's interesting is that I was the only one that felt a presence tap on my forehead. My mom and stepdad didn't feel or experience anything like I did. I should also mention that those family members who passed away were aware of the existence of the painting while they were alive, as it's quite an old painting. Slight pause. Vacuuming a painting. Is that what you do to dirty paintings or to dusty paintings? That seems, well, I'm just confused. Moving on. Haunted in Slanesville. Brian Kendall worked as a carpenter in Baltimore, Maryland. He lived there along with his wife and 2 kids. As the buzzy city life didn't suit the family well, they decided to move back to the state of West Virginia, which was the place Brian and his wife Belinda grew up. After doing a thorough search, Brian stumbled upon a house in Slanesville, West Virginia. This house was on an isolated single-story house present in the middle of the woods. The family liked the house and the solitude it brought with it, and ended up moving into it in '91. To protect the house, Brian bought an adorable black Labrador retriever, named her Coco. Coco slowly became a part of the family because of her friendliness, and she protected the kids ferociously. An eerie balloon. After moving into the new house, Belinda decided to invite her brother and his family, throw them a party. Belinda's brother had a small girl named Jordan, had her birthday just a few days back. Belinda decided to throw her a surprise birthday party. So, her brother's family reached her house and the surprise birthday party commenced. After the cake cutting, the adults went to the kitchen to have coffee. The kids were playing in the living room. As they kept sipping on the coffee, they noticed something unnatural happen right in front of their eyes. They saw a helium balloon. It was slowly descending from the ceiling with a stiffened thread. It appeared as if somebody was pulling the balloon down, but they weren't able to see anybody at the end of the thread. This balloon slowly drifted across the room until its thread reached Jordan. The balloon immediately caught Jordan's resistance. Jordan turned around and told thank you. looking at an empty space. She reached around trying to hold the balloon, and when she almost got a hold of the balloon, it ascended back into the ceiling. Jordan got a hold of the balloon's thread and continued playing like nothing happened. Belinda and the other adults were startled by this event, to say the least. Asked Jordan whom she thanked while getting hold of the balloon. The 3-year-old pointed to an empty corner and told them it was him. Although petrified, they convinced themselves, saying that there was a leak in the balloon that made it drift across the room, and the invisible man that Jordan pointed to was her imaginary friend, which was pretty normal for the children of her age. But deep down, they knew that something unexplainable was behind this event. A burnt vehicle. A few days later, Brian's daughter, Blair, asked him if he could accompany her to walk through a forest on the backside of their property. Brian readily agreed, and along with his daughter, walked into the thick forest. After a few minutes of walking, the duo stumbled upon an odd sight. They saw a burnt vehicle right in the middle of the forest. It appeared somebody had intentionally put the vehicle on fire sometime before. The vehicle was completely charred and it emitted an uncanny vibe. Brian asked Blair to stand back and walk toward this vehicle to get a closer look. The burnt vehicle was filled with burnt kids' toys and half-burnt spring mattresses. Brian loitered around the van trying to find a path for the vehicle to have moved in, but he wasn't able to find any. The strangeness started to get on his nerves. Brian decided he had to leave the place at once. On returning home, Brian informed Belinda about this vehicle, hoping to get a rational explanation, but upon hearing this, she was as confused as Brian. The first real sighting. Brian was still working in Maryland, and this meant he had to travel multiple hours every day. This was extremely tiring. Brian wasn't even getting enough sleep due to the number of hours lost in travel. After doing it for 2 months, Brian concluded that commuting so many hours wasn't really working well. He decided to stay at his mom's house in Maryland during the weekdays for work. Thus, the next Monday, Brian drove to Maryland for his work and stayed at his mom's house until Friday to work, and then returned to Slanesville on the evening of Friday to stay with his family. Seeing this was better, Brian made this a routine, but this meant that Belinda had to stay alone at the house during the workdays without a car. Belinda was used to being alone in the house in the middle of a forest. It's her childhood, and she wasn't really bothered much by this. But this separation was new to the kids, so they were finding it hard to cope. With Blair constantly asking Belinda to spend the night at their RV camper, she decided to let her camp for a night, just to get used to her new life. So that night, Belinda sent Blair along with Coco into the camper, locked the door, asked her not to open the door again, and left back to the house. The camper had 2 windows, one big one with curtains on Blair's right and one small one on the door on the left. After gazing at the forest for some time through the window on her right, Blair turned off the lantern and went to sleep. Her slumber did not last long, as a couple of hours later she had woken up by Coco's strange behavior. Coco was barking, looking at the window on the door, and acting as if she was petrified by something. Blair looked through this window with her sleepy eyes. She noticed a figure moving past the door. She thought that it was her mother who turned up to check on her, but Coco just didn't calm down, and now she was looking at the bigger window while barking. To make sure it was her mom, Blair walked out of the camper, but she couldn't find anyone around the camper. Also, all of the lights of the house were now turned off. It appeared as if the figure that had passed the door previously was not her mom. Blair was creeped out by this thought and shut the door after running back into the camper. While Coco was about to get on her bed, Coco started to act as if someone was standing near the window, covered with curtains. So, Blair slowly walked toward this window, pulled away the curtains, and anxiously peeked through it to see what was bothering Coco. The moment she laid her eyes on the bare window, she saw a silhouette of a man on the window and it appeared to be staring at her. Blair jumped right back into the bed, leaving the curtains, and covered herself in the covers in horror. Eventually, she fell asleep. While Blair was going through this in the camper, her younger brother Sean was going through something similar. After locking the door of the camper, Belinda returned home to put Sean to sleep. Sean was a 3-year-old who never woke up in the middle of the night after being put to sleep, but that day, he walked up to Belinda's room claiming that there was a monster looking at him through the window in his room. Since their house only had 1 floor, Belinda thought that he was getting scared by seeing a wild animal loiter around. Put him back to sleep. But he kept coming back to her room complaining of this monster. The cycle continued. Little did Belinda know that it was not an animal, but something more paranormal. The next morning, Blair was relieved to find herself safe after the previous night's events. After waking up, she immediately rushed out of the camper, ran back to her house. While having breakfast, Belinda asked Blair about her camping experience. Blair just told her that she didn't like camping and didn't want to do it again. With Blair blatantly shutting down her questions, Belinda stopped asking her questions about the previous night. The remainder of the day went normally. When it was time for bed, Belinda put Blair and Sean to sleep in their rooms, went to the room to fall asleep. Strange dream interrupted. That night, Belinda was woken up by a strange dream. In her dream, she saw a boy running away from the foot of her bed. She saw him run out of the house. When she tried following him, she walked into never-ending lines of white clothes. She suddenly felt something on her foot and stopped. When she bent down to see what it was, she saw a clothespin stuck on her bare foot. Although not a scary nightmare, she woke up from her sleep and, realizing it was just a dream, went back to sleep. The next morning, when she was folding the blankets and making her bed, she saw a clothespin near the foot of the bed. She was shocked and confused as the family didn't own any clothespins. Belinda wasn't able to find a logical explanation for how it ended up being there. From sleepwalking to being controlled in her sleep, multiple thoughts kept running through her mind. Not being able to arrive at an answer, Belinda called her sister asking for help. A burial site in the backyard. Hearing what she told, Belinda's sister told Belinda that the solidity of the house and her routine were starting to get the better of her. Offered to visit the house to give her a little time for herself. So after her sister arrived at her house, Belinda left her kids under the care, walked into the forest behind the house to explore it. Strange. After taking a few steps, she stumbled upon a burial site with 4 small headstones. The headstones didn't have any details on them, but their size and the spacing between them suggested that they could have been children. Creeped out by how close the site was to their property, Belinda immediately rushed back to her house. The shadow figure returns. A couple of days later, Blair woke up without a reason in the middle of the night. Found the curtains on her window pulled over. Since the incident in the camper, she felt uncomfortable leaving the windows uncovered. So she herself covered the window in her room with a curtain, so she wasn't able to understand how it was uncovered. Despite the confusion, she decided to cover the window before going to sleep. While she was about to cover the window, she saw the same figure she had seen a few days back, standing in the tree line of the woods around the house. As she kept staring at the figure, it slowly started moving towards her, and within a few moments it started to run towards her. Blair ran away from the window and crawled under her cupboard in fear. At the same time, Coco, who was in Belinda's room, started barking and acting weird. After Belinda's best efforts to calm Coco down didn't work, she decided to take her out of the house for a walk. The moment she opened the door, Coco ran towards Blair's room and became calm. When Belinda followed her, she found her petrified daughter covering herself under the cupboard in the room. When she asked her daughter what frightened her so much, she told her about the figure she saw through the window. Similar to what she told Sean, she told her that it could have been a wild animal and put her to sleep. After making sure that she was asleep, Belinda and Coco went back to Belinda's room and she fell asleep too. A couple of hours later, Belinda felt like somebody was tapping on the back of her head. Belinda, without even opening her eyes, thought that it was one of her kids, told them not to worry and to go back to sleep. After her words, the tapping stopped, but a few moments later, felt the taps on her head yet again. And this time, Coco stood up on the bed and started barking in the direction from which she felt the taps. Belinda was completely caught off guard when she opened her eyes and saw no one nearby. She initially thought that one of her kids should have tapped her on the head and walked away, but when she saw them sound asleep in their rooms, Belinda understood that her assumptions were wrong. The first tragic event, and Coco's disappearance. Belinda was extremely scared by the events of that night, decided to spend some time away from the house. So the next day, Belinda called her mom asking for her car, since the only car in the house was taken by Brian for work. When her mom dropped off her car at the house, she locked up Coco in her outdoor cage, left the house with her kids to buy some things for them. After driving for a few minutes, Belinda noticed that the car had very little fuel. It stopped at a nearby gas station to refuel. While refueling, she met a friendly local woman at the gas station. The woman started a general conversation. This woman was a longtime resident of the town. She asked Belinda where she lived. When Belinda told her the address of her house, the woman immediately asked her if she knew the history of her property. When Belinda said that she didn't know, this woman just told her that there was an accident. I think they messed that up. This woman told her that an innocent family were previously burned to death on her property. When Belinda heard it, she wasn't scared but felt bad for the family. She felt that if her house was really haunted by this family, no harm would be caused to her and her family by them. When she and her kids returned back home after finishing their work, they found Coco's cage empty. It was perfectly locked, but Coco wasn't there. Only Belinda had the key to the cage, and she wasn't able to understand how she went missing. The family were never able to find Coco again. Damn. The strange dream repeats itself. A couple of days later, Belinda had the same strange dream that she had a few days before, but this time she was able to walk past the clothes on the clothesline and reach a clearing. On the clearing, she saw a boy, approximately the age of Sean, standing in fear. He anxiously looked to his left as a dark figure of a man walked past the clothes. This dark figure stared at the boy with its emotionless face and started running towards Belinda. Belinda immediately woke up from her sleep, drenched in her own sweat. The moment she opened her eyes, she heard Sean shout from his room. When she rushed to his room to see what caused the shouts, she saw him lying on the floor with one of his arms twisted to his side. They rushed him to a hospital. They figured out that he had a multiple fracture in his arm. When Belinda asked him what caused it, he said the monster did it. The second tragic event. 3 days later, Belinda took Sean along with her in her mom's car for a doctor checkup. On their way back, their car broke down in the middle of the road. One woman who passed by them offered to drop them at the house. Belinda accepted her help and got into the car. As Belinda guided her towards her house, the face of the woman turned pale. When she asked Belinda, "Do you know the history of your house?" Belinda responded saying that she knew about the burnt family. The woman immediately told her that one of the previous occupants of the house was burnt to death by the locals of the town. She explained it to her, saying that the previous occupant of the house was abusing and torturing children to death in their house. The locals grew suspicious of him, and since they weren't able to find any evidence to support their claims, they burnt him to death. His body was never found after that. This story seemed to justify the figure that the kids were seeing and the figure that Belinda saw in her dreams. Belinda immediately convinced her husband and the family vacated the house in fear. And I wonder who bought it. And I wonder who's still hearing this. See ya. Step into Paranormal M, where eerie events unfold. Subscribe and enable notifications to catch every spine-chilling tale. Brace yourself for an unforgettable journey. The Crying Noises. In 2019, I woke up in the middle of the night. It was out of nowhere, but I couldn't move and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't speak, and I was hearing very, very strange noises on the other side of my wall, which is shared with the living room. I played it off as sleep paralysis because after a while the noises stopped. I could move again. I can only describe the noises as wailing from maybe a woman or a child. I really thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then my mom's door opened, who's right next to mine. She checked up on her dog who was sleeping in the hall. Our dog shook himself awake. I hear his collar jingle as he shook. And this also made me try to hold on to that thought that I was the only one that heard this noise, because my dog barks at every single thing, and yet he slept through a crying ordeal. I was restless for a little while until I was able to go back to bed. The next morning, my mom's boyfriend at the time left for work. My mom was driving me to school when she told me that her and her boyfriend heard weird crying sounds out in the living room. I told her that I had heard the same thing, but that I didn't get up to see what it could have been, because I thought it was just sleep paralysis. This happened again 2 more nights before it completely stopped. I still don't understand what could have caused this sound. A weird thing that happened days after the noises stopped was that my mom was alerted that somebody she knew had passed. And after the news was shared with her, we never heard those specific noises again. Familiar footsteps. In January of 2012, my aunt passed away unexpectedly. Her sister-in-law lived in the apartment next door, and that night my aunt's daughter, my cousin, and I were sleeping over. We were woken up by her dad, my uncle, banging on the door to tell us about the news. After my aunt passed, they quickly began the process of moving out. But one day my cousin asked if I could go inside with her to wait. That was while she was getting something from her room. I said yes, and we went inside. She went through the living room and down the hall to her room. I waited by the door and I looked around the empty space. That was the living room, and out of nowhere, I hear my aunt's bedroom door open and then close. Her footsteps, the bathroom door opening, and then the bathroom door shutting. I stood there completely stunned and waited silently for my cousin to come back to me. When she came back out of the living room, I quickly told her what happened and she believed me. But she said that she hadn't heard it, and her bedroom is right next to her mom's. We left the apartment and I never went in there again, but also I never felt my aunt's presence afterwards either. During that time I had lost another aunt to cancer 2 months before this. She also lived in the same apartment complex, so I spent a lot of time in between those 3 homes and those 3 apartments. I know for certain that those footprints were my aunt. I had those sounds memorized. I hope she's okay and I wasn't scared, but I sure miss her. The Shadow People. Between 2016 and 2019, there was tons of activity in my home. And during this time, my mom had a boyfriend who lived with us. My room used to have Christmas lights up, and in the early years, when I was 15 and 16, my mom had a rule that I had to sleep with the door open, so I wouldn't stay up all night on my phone without her catching me. I would wake up between 5:30 and 6 to get ready for school, be out of the door by 7. Usually, my mom's boyfriend would be long gone by then. but one day I woke up just in time to see him pass by the hall. He's about 6'1", 6'2". Nothing seemed unusual about it except he had a dark mass following behind him. I could see this as a shadow. It was against the wall. Kind of weird because, well, his actual shadow was on the floor in front of him. I remember feeling pure dread, so I closed my eyes. I tried not to think about it anymore. I never saw that shadow again, though. I wasn't the only shadow person I had in my room. I usually would unplug my lights when it was time to go to school to save energy, but sometimes I just forget. Once I came home after school, and during dinner my mom's boyfriend said something along the lines of, "Oh, I saw you sitting on your bed this morning. You must have gotten to school really late, huh?" I looked at him in confusion and I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." He looked at me a bit stunned. He asked me what time I had left and I said 7 a.m. like always. He looked scared and told me that at around 7:20 a.m. he was rushing past my room because he was running late. He saw a figure. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and assumed it was me. Well, since my lights were still on and, left the house. That definitely freaked me out and I couldn't sleep comfortably in my room after that for weeks. The scariest experience I've ever had. I work a very early morning schedule at my job. I go in at 2 in the morning and work until noon 4 days a week. I used to sleep in until about 7 o'clock on my days off, just because of how exhausting my schedule is. But recently, I found it easier to just wake up at my normal time at 1 o'clock in the morning every day of the week. It's not easy, but I get paid good money at my job, and waking up at the same time every day is sure so that I won't be exhausted all the time trying to balance my schedule out every week. I'm very disciplined about my health and my well-being, so I've always been a runner. I always try and get about 15 to 20 miles of running in every week. I've always preferred running outdoors rather than on a treadmill or some gym somewhere. But where I live, it can get a bit hot outside, so I always ran early in the morning or late at night. Ever since getting my job, I've went for my runs at 2 o'clock in the morning on my days off. I usually find it very relaxing. I love the emptiness of the streets at night. The atmosphere provokes a lot of deep thoughts within me, which always makes me run sort of easier. Now, I am a very tall and muscular man, so I've never been too terrified of running into some creep at night on my runs. I also used to take karate when I was in high school, so I always feel as if I can defend myself if a situation of sorts ever presented itself. Basically, if somebody ever tried to get tough with me, I'd be more scared for them than I would of myself. However, my self-confidence and courage recently disappeared after encountering whatever that thing was. It was during one of my runs. A couple of months ago, I was on the morning run. I was running the same route as I always do. I was about 2 miles into a 5-mile run, meaning I was 2 miles away from home. I always run on the outskirts of the giant park that borders the north side of my town. It's filled with trees and bushes and a lot of animals. So, with that being said, it isn't really uncommon to have some encounters with badgers or possums or birds at night. I've pretty much grown used to all of the weird noises I hear coming from the trees. However, this night was different. I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary while running along the path next to the park, but I got this deep, dreadful feeling in my stomach. I'd never felt anything like it before. Fear arose within me. I had no idea why. My sixth sense kicked in that night. I didn't know what I was feeling or even thinking. I just knew I had to get out of there as fast as I could. My jog turned into a run, which then turned into a sprint. My senses knew I was being followed by someone or something. I felt the leaves crumbling at my feet with each step I took. I didn't even think about where I was running or where I was heading as long as I got out of there. I wanted to look behind me just to know if I was actually running from something or if I was just being paranoid. body just wouldn't let me look. I was too afraid to know the truth. The dread and fear only began to grow within me. Even after running for a good couple of minutes, I still didn't feel safe. Suddenly, I found myself trying to shout and yell for help, but I just couldn't. I couldn't even make a sound. I was hardly even breathing. My vocals were drowning in just despair. I was about out of breath at this point, so I made the mistake of turning around in hopes of finding myself alone. As I turned around, my foot kicked into a rock sticking out of the ground. I fell to my face. In fear, I looked behind me. In fear, I stood up and prepared myself for whatever came my way. My flight reactions were about to turn into fight reactions. I clenched my fists, I stood up straight, making myself appear as threatening as I could be. Surprisingly, I found myself alone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Nothing. Why would I be so afraid of nothing? What was I running from? Was I that paranoid? I had a hard time just believing that. This couldn't all be my imagination. But that's what my eyes were saying, because no one was there. Nothing was there. I felt relief, and I began to slow walk home, just to catch my breath. I was farther from home now than I was before. The only way back home from where I was back on that path next to the park where I just came from. I decided this time to walk directly through the park to avoid the same path I was just on. I soon regretted this decision. I had never walked through the park at night before, so I had no idea that there were no lights on the paths. It was pitch black, the darkest black I'd ever seen all around. I couldn't turn back now, though. I had to get home. I wanted to put all this behind me. I kept putting one foot in front of the other and only looked forward. As long as I felt the pavement below me, I knew I was going in the right direction. Suddenly, I felt my stomach drop yet again. That same feeling and the same fear was growing within me. This wasn't the exact same, though. I knew I was in real danger, and it wasn't just paranoia this time, because this time I saw something. I saw something in this pitch darkness, the darkest black I had ever seen. I saw something. How? I didn't know. I saw this figure, and it was moving in front of me. It was darker than black. The deepest, darkest thing I'd ever seen in my life was moving toward me on the path I was walking on. This time I didn't fight. I didn't run. I froze. I was dead in my tracks. I just froze. I couldn't make myself move. I tried, but I was paralyzed. I had to watch the darkness of whatever this was approach me. The dark black of this being grew closer and closer till everything was darker than black around me. I felt immersed into the darkness. I opened my mouth to make a sound, and this time I actually could. I let out a fearful cry, closed my eyes, and felt nothing. I can't explain this feeling. I just felt nothing. I honestly thought I was dead. The sounds of birds chirping slowly started to fade in. Too afraid to open my eyes, I continued to listen to the chirping birds. In the distance, I could even hear the voices of people. I felt a soft breeze touching my nose, and I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes. It was daytime. The morning dew covered me. I was laying in the park on the path right where I was attacked. But how could it be morning already? A few seconds ago, it was just the darkness of these woods, and now it's daylight. I felt exhausted and confused, and I headed for home without question. I'm still confused about this experience to this day. I've never slept, or, well, rather sleepwalked in my life, and at least that I know of. I just can't explain what happened to me, but it's safe to say that I don't run at 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. Paranormal events in my old family home. So when I was a kid, we came home from school early. It was due to a town-wide power outage. So it comes around to dinner time and the power still doesn't come back on. I need to set the scene for this part. So the way the house was laid out is you'd come into the main floor, and a few feet in were some stairs going downstairs where my room, the bathroom, the living room, and the door to the basement would be. With that said, my family was going to go eat and everybody went out to the car, except for me. I stayed inside to go to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom and all of a sudden I hear a door open and slam shut. Then it stomps across the floor, then a door opens and slams shut again. It sounded like it was on my level. I go out to the car and ask my parents if they were in the house, and they say no, everybody's been out of the car waiting for me. So fast forward about 6 or 7 years. I'm at the house, I go to the basement to grab something. And I swear to this day I could have sworn my dog came downstairs to the basement with me. He's a big 90-pound black lab. So I turn to go upstairs, then I turn off the light and look down the stairs into the dark basement. There's a light on behind me, and for this little bit of light, I see a pair of green eyes. They're looking at me. Almost like you shined a light off a dog or a cat's eyes with a flashlight. I tell him to come up like 2 or 3 times, and he doesn't, so I just close the door and figure, okay. And he'll bark at the door for me to let him up in a second. But no, he won't, and I just go to the main floor. He's lying there on the couch, sound asleep. Fast forward another 3 years. My youngest brother is 3. When my mom would tuck him in, he would ask my mom if he would tuck in, quotes, the girls. My mom would be confused because there's only my sister and she's 18. He would say no, the little girls. They wanted to be tucked in too. This would freak out my mom. I bet. My childhood home left many horrifying memories that I'll never forget. This happened years ago, but I remember everything clearly, and every time I think or talk about it, the feelings come back. When I was 8, my mom and stepdad moved us to a country home. I have 2 younger siblings as well, so there were 5 of us who lived there. This house was always a little bit creepy, but it held so much more than just a creepy feeling. I've been able to see things from a very young age. I don't really talk much about it because honestly, you always get mixed feelings, so I avoid it. Anyway, when we first moved in, I kept seeing a little boy. He was always in my little brother's room or the kitchen, and he cried, like all the time. I was 8, so I didn't really know why. But I always tried to ask what was wrong, and he didn't talk back. Kept telling my mom that a little boy in the kitchen kept waking me up at night, but she would never believe me. For a few years, it was just the little boy. But that all changed very, very quickly. Right before my mom and stepdad divorced, they fought all the time. The environment in the house definitely felt hostile. And then he moved out, and things went downhill fast. At first, it was just a few extras I'd see at night, usually roaming our L-shaped hallway. Then weird things started happening. I've never been a great sleeper, so I'd always be pretty much woken up at night and watch my door open and close by itself. I'd hear banging all throughout the hallway. When I had to go do laundry in the back room that also housed the entrance to the basement, I'd instantly get a heavy feeling. So I went down one time and I got to the second step from the bottom. I took a look around and I saw people chained to the walls staring at me. I literally ran so fast. I cried and I tried to tell my mom, but she told me I was just lying. I wasn't lying. She started to believe me after she had her scary encounter, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share that here. But if I can, I'd be more than happy to post. Anyway, things kept progressing. We couldn't keep a light bulb in the light in the dining room because as soon as we'd change it, the bulb would literally explode. Every time, it would leave shards of glass all over the floor. I watched a kitchen chair fly across the room. It slammed hard against the wall and it left a hole there. We had a lamp in the living room that fell over every single night at the same time. So, towards the end of living there, we slept in the living room with the fireplace on. That was because my mom couldn't afford propane. We had a blanket over the doorway, and when it was open because somebody went to the bathroom, I'd see a lady in white pace the dining room floor. She said one sentence, and I'll never forget it. "He's coming." She'd repeat it until she would disappear. My theory is that she was giving us a warning about the demon that paid us a visit every night. He was evil. He was definitely set on making us leave or hurting us. He made his presence well known. Tormenting us was his favorite. We always went down the long hallways in pairs after things started getting bad. The one time I didn't take somebody, I ended up with scratch marks. Nothing followed us when we moved, though, which is amazing, but I'm very thankful for it. Only one person has lived in that house since we left years ago. He lasted 6 months before he called it quits. Stands empty now at the end of a long driveway. I've been back once and it wasn't a pleasant experience. The house is starting to cave in. I'm sure the farmer will tear it down and connect all of his fields finally. I do have one piece of information that I'd love to share about. When I did research, I found out the ground the house stood on was at some point an Indian burial ground. Later, the point or the hill became home to a courthouse for a little town. And they did in fact use the basement as a jail, and they did chain people to the walls. The town died out and a family bought the ground, tearing down the courthouse and building a house over the basement. The house burned down, killing the family, which included a young boy. My friend's basement is haunted. My friends Sparks and Frosty have a creepy basement. It's finished and nice, but when you go down there, the energy is very off. We hang out in the basement every time the crew's together. We usually just ignore the energy and continue about our day. One day I went up to use the bathroom. My friends Sparks and Frosty decided to pull a joke on me. They snuck upstairs and went out to the backyard. That's where the shed is. They hid inside of it. They didn't set anything up in the basement, they just hid from me to scare me. So I returned to the basement to, hear giggling from the storage closet. It sounded like them. I called them out and I heard, "Shh, hush, she's right there." I called out to them again, saying it wasn't funny. That's when I could hear them. I swung open the door to find, drumroll, nobody. What the hell? There was nothing, no phone playing a recording or something set up to prank me. Absolutely nothing. I felt the color drain from my face. I ran upstairs in a panic and I saw them opening the shed. I told them everything and they looked confused. But they were out here the whole time. And they showed me that they had their phones with them and they weren't messing with me. So every time I'm alone in their basement, I hear that same giggling coming from the closet. Nobody else hears it. The Victorian lady I saw floating in my grandparents' house. Long-time lurker here. Figured it was time to finally put down some of my own experiences into words. I personally really dislike low-effort posts and descriptions of people's personal paranormal experiences, so I'll try to do my best to be as detailed as possible. For a bit of context about me, I'm a 36-year-old male. I live near Atlanta and I'm married and truthfully live a pretty boring life. I'm a former Navy, former law enforcement, and currently have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I'm also a huge gamer and a PC nerd. I haven't been religious since I was maybe 8, and when people ask what I believe in, I simply reply, I believe in science, and I leave it at that. There is another side of me that listens to Alan Watts' chill step at night and ponder the deeper questions of reality and our universe. But in most day-to-day situations, I'm very logical and usually try to debunk things first. But when logic and science cannot explain some things that happen, that's when you start to really question everything. One of my earliest core memories I have, from maybe 4 years old in 1990, was the ghost I saw in my grandparents' house in Florida. I remember my mom sitting on the couch in the living room talking with both of them. And so I ran off through the house to explore, instead of listening to the grown-up talk. There was a dividing wall that separated the living room, where they were, from another room. My grandparents call that room the den. It was used for social visits when they would host guests. I was in the back alley of the house, peeking into the den around the doorframe from the hallway. As I'm peeking around the doorframe into the den, it's a long rectangular-shaped room with just a blank white wall on the left, a row of curtained windows on the long right wall. Mind you, it's broad daylight and a sunny spring day, so there was a lot of bright ambient light coming in from the windows. I'll never forget what I saw until the day I die. This old, wrinkly lady, Victorian-style dress floating in midair in the middle of the room. She was maybe 10-15 feet from me, floating about a foot off the ground, looking at the wall. I was looking at her left side, and I'm not an artist and I can't draw to save my life, but this image is so clear in my mind. Like I wish I could paint it or draw it. Her dress was blue with frizzy lace around the wrists and neck area being white. She had silver gray hair pulled back into a bun behind her head. She was also translucent, so I could see her, but I could also see through her. There was a dining room table and about 6 wooden chairs behind her that I could see through her, too, if you know what I mean. I could also not see her feet, just the bottom of her dress as it waved slightly in a very ethereal way about a foot off the ground. She turned her head to the left and looked directly at me, which I actually don't remember scaring me at the time. Then turned her head back to the front, then looked upward and kind of evaporated upwards toward the ceiling. Disappeared. That is the clearest memory I have of my entire brain, even more so than other core memories from that young age range. It's crystal clear in my mind's eye. We found out later that my grandfather had originally bought the house from an old woman whose wife had died in the house. He was too old to keep up the land anymore, so we think maybe I saw her. We're not really sure. We also really realized later on that if not for that left wall being there, the one the lady was looking at, she would have been looking directly at the back of my mom's head. Like, if not for that wall being there, she was actually watching the 3 of them talk. That makes sense. Kinda creepy. I've actually had many other unexplainable experiences in my life that I could post about if anybody cares. From living in a haunted apartment literally 10 feet away from a graveyard to having all kinds of crazy shit happen in our current house after we had my 20-year-old cat put to sleep. I also have a lot of other stories from family members and coworkers, including one where my mom and stepdad both saw my dead cousin, same time. I could write a lot more, but this one's getting a bit long-winded. Let me know if there's any desire to hear about any of the other stuff. I'll see about maybe sitting down and getting it all out. Gotta say, sir, if you've had that many and that vivid of an experience, seems strange that you would just say, I believe in science. However, you also could never disprove that. Tiffany the Mannequin. So 4 of my friends are rooming in a student housing apartment. They've been experiencing weird occurrences since they moved in with a mannequin named Tiffany. We're pretty sure Tiffany is from a Sears at a mall, but not quite sure. They lived in the same place last year without Tiffany and nothing weird happened. So far this year, they've had varying experiences that make no sense whatsoever. So here's what's happened so far. A door shutting on its own with no windows open and all roommates accounted for, with the roommate living in that room gone. One person's LED lights changed colors on their own. Nobody else had the remote. It could be caused by another remote, but they don't have any other remotes. A different door shaking, like somebody was trying to get in when the lights were turned off. The one in the room turned the lights on and the door stopped shaking. Then he turned them off and it started again, 3 times in total. The temperature is almost always 67 degrees, even if somebody changes the thermostat to 75. The night before, could be the building just having shitty heating, but there's no issues with the previous year. We put Tiffany, who's currently in a health ledger Joker getup, Heath Ledger Joker getup, in the center room facing the front door with the LED strobe lights on, 3 of us outside in the hallway looking at her and 1 person in the kitchen. While the 3 of us were out in the hall, the one in the kitchen starts yelling to stop. We turn the strobe lights off and turn the kitchen lights on. The one who yelled says that his back got scratched. So we checked to see if he was just messing with us, only to find 4 scratch marks across his back. The first occurrence, that I was there to witness. All of these events happened in different rooms in the apartment, and we're all very confused and shook by these occurrences. We don't know how to explain it other than something paranormal. If anybody has any opinions or suggestions, we're all very curious. Are people who experienced paranormal events as a child more susceptible to them? I should start by saying that I'm a believer in the paranormal and always have been. But I do fully understand why people would be skeptics. I've had paranormal experiences all my life. I lived in a house with ghosts from being born, basically. I used to have night terrors so bad that my mom would call 911. We saw so many things in that house. Most, I believe, was residual. Everybody knew the house was haunted. My mom had priests out to bless the house, and I think that made it worse. But no one acknowledged or admitted it was haunted till we moved out when I was 11. I walked in to view the next house and remember saying to my mom, "Mom, there's nothing here, it's empty." I was talking about the feeling. I knew it wasn't haunted. The real estate guy thought I was nuts, mind you. But I was right. Not a single person ever experienced anything there. Next, we moved to a former bungalow. I instantly knew it wasn't right. There was so much heaviness in the air, and we moved anyway, struggling financially. And again, I was right. Everybody experienced paranormal things. Nosies, things being moved, tapping that would move. Nosies, that's what they wrote. I'm sure they meant noises. Things being moved, tapping, and, a girl. She would be seen at the top of the stairs or walking across the front door. We lived here for around 6 years before things got better and moved out. The next house is the current house, and definitely something here. Something nice. It makes its presence known every now and then, but it's fine. I honestly believe, scrap that, I know my granddad's here. He passed in the second house and he's always been with me, but it's been more obvious since my granny moved in. There's many occasions as to why I know he's here, but I won't go into that now as it would be too long. I should also state that I'm a 24-year-old female. This shit's been happening a while. My boyfriend didn't believe in ghosts till he had been together a bit, and then he had an experience that made him a firm believer. Probably the scariest one in the house. I'd love to sit and write out all my experiences down in a book, but I've never gotten around to it. My main question is, do you think people who experience the paranormal as a baby or young child are more susceptible for life? My mom did get told by a psychic when I was younger that I had a gift. How true that is, who's to know? Never really looked into the probability of it, just what's happened to me has happened. I'm happy for the experiences in a way. Let me know what you guys think. He got a good attitude about it. Poochie the Haunted Pooch. For those of you that are 90s babies, you may remember the huge Furby boom. And just as popular but slightly less known in my area, Poochie. This was a robotic dog toy that sang little tunes when you pushed the right button on the head or placed his bone by his nose to activate him. So this was basically back when Harry Potter 1 first came out. My mom used to read a chapter at night to me, pretty much every night. And on one of those nights, at around 8 p.m., we suddenly hear one of the tunes coming from my room. Weird, but I had that toy for a bit. Maybe it was faulty wiring. After a few nights of it activating on its own at around the same time, it stopped working when I intentionally tried to play with it. About a week more of this goes by and I get irritated and just take out the batteries. Silence for about 2 weeks. And then, one night at around 10 p.m., the sing-song tune begins once more. No batteries, no prompt from me. Began to feel afraid and weird about it. This led me to throwing it hard against a wall, popping its head slightly out and breaking a leg. I thought that was that. I loved it too much to get rid of it, but didn't want it turning on anymore. So, except that wasn't it. It continued to turn on every night, around the same time. I took to burying it at the bottom of my toy box, under plushies to quiet the noise. But every morning it would reappear in my shelf. I was afraid, I was so scared I decided to just throw it out. I threw it out 5 times, in fact. It kept appearing back in my room, with both the maid and my parents denying having taken it out of the trash. One day, without me really noticing what had happened, it disappeared. I never saw it again. The Shadow Killers. So for a bit of background, I grew up in a town 30 minutes outside of Cancun, Mexico. Shopping had to be done in the city, so I had a babysitter pretty often. The house had a long, narrow corridor from the front yard to the backyard. It was along the side of the house where the kitchen and living room were. Now that we have the setting, my mom had to go grocery shopping, leaving me in the hands of a teenage girl from our area. Now, I admit I was a kid and time perception is way off for kids. But I do remember my mom hadn't been gone for long when I terrorized this girl enough that she decided to leave me alone and go home. I was very satisfied with myself at first. What didn't feel like too much time later, when I'm in my room, I hear a whispering voice. Assuming it's the babysitter back, thinking that she had scared me by leaving, I went to try to run her off again. And yes, I was a huge asshole kid. But as I walk toward the living room, I see a shadow by the window where the corridor was. My blood turned cold. I remember terror. I remember fear greater than I've ever had before. Suddenly the voice became 2 voices, then 3, and the shadows multiplied. They were tall, solid black, and human-shaped. And as the shadows began to get more solid-looking, the voices also became louder. They were saying words such as kill, alone, and murder. In my terror, I called my best friend's mom, the only number aside from our own I'd memorized. I told her I was scared and somebody was there at the house. She rushed over to pick me up and arrived at the same time my mom did. Now, to me, it felt like no more than an hour, max 2, had gone by. But consider a 30-minute drive each way, plus my mom usually 2 to 3 hours hitting the 3 major stores for a shopping day. Time doesn't add up. But those shadows, those solid, black, scary shadows, they dissipated as soon as my mom showed up. La Santa Muerte does not want to be ignored. It was around the year of 2011. My parents had moved back to the U.S. I hated my first rental house. So my then boyfriend and I decided to look for other places closer to the main city. A friend we had in common, and also the reason that he and I even met, told us that she had a house for rent. And apparently we could rent it for very cheap. Now, despite all my past weird and inexplicable experiences, I'm still very much a skeptic. Paranormal? Bah. We knew she and her family very much believed and prayed to their saint La Santa Muerte. To not make this an even longer story than it already will be, I recommend looking her up on Google if you don't know who she is. Suffice it to say, she's often revered perhaps, by those wishing for money and harm on their enemies. On to my story with her. A little description of the house. As you walk in the front door, on the left is a living room. Straight ahead is a corridor that holds the kitchen and a back door to the closed-in and mostly roofed yard. If you stand at the front door and look down the corridor, you can see through a window at the end of the kitchen. This looks into a small laundry room that's attached. The main bedroom was upstairs, a guest bedroom next to the corridor and below the upstairs bathroom. Now the scene is set. The heavy curtains were always drawn. No one was in that house, but we always felt watched. We lived there for around 2 months when things started getting very weird. My pets began acting odd. My parrot died, and within hours was into heavy decomposition. My 10-year-old dog with cataracts and minor hip dysplasia acted like she could see and had no pain in her joints, but she wouldn't stand in the sunlight. And so, my first weird moment was getting home from work every day, feeling like I was going to find another pet dead. I got home feeling something was off. Quietly walked to the back door to peek my head out. Molly, the old dog, was laying unmoving by the door. No breath, no anything. I watched her for a few minutes, and eventually, when I decided it was time to move her, as she was clearly dead, I made a noise and watched as her chest area instantly expanded and she began to breathe. A few days later, while I was at work, my boyfriend called me to tell me the dogs got into a fight. Junior had blood all over his neck from where Molly tore through him. He needed to go, so please hurry home. When I got there to check on them, sure enough, Junior had blood all over his neck without a single wound. Molly had no blood, but 2 deep punctures, one above the eye and one below her jaw. That night my husband and I sat down to talk. Something was weird. We would see a white veil and a face watch us through the laundry room. Pieces and corners of the tiled floor would go missing, like without a trace. In the guest bedroom, water would drip onto your shoulders or head, but none ever really would reach the floor. I told him I was afraid to feed my own pets. We agreed that he would take care of them for a bit. Only a few days later, on my way back upstairs from the kitchen, something strong tried to push me down them. I managed to get upstairs, and I told him what happened. And remember, even at this point, we were both still non-believers, technically. A day later, as we're laying in bed, he asks me if I noticed the ledge in the backyard area, with the picture frame and the candles. I informed him that there was a frame laid down and 2 candles also on their side, but I hadn't really thought much of it. He said the frame was standing at the center, with both candles positioned on each side upright. I asked what was in the picture. In his words, they weren't even fully out of his mouth. La Santa when the dirty clothes basket, which had a click on the top and a heavy pair of wet jeans laid over it to dry, scared me into believing. The top lifted up a few feet into the air. It flew sideways into the wall. I knew in that instant that we needed to leave. Now. So we prepared our things and went to stay with his sister. Turns out the reason our friends refused to visit was every time they walked in they felt something very off about the place. Apparently they hadn't wanted to tell us. The owner was very upset upon learning that we were leaving only 5 months into the contract. She said that she had forgotten that portrait and the candles, and she felt ignored and abandoned. She only wanted us to leave her flowers and money as tribute. We noped right out of there. My ex went back to pack up, fell asleep on the bed, and was slapped awake by nothing there. After we moved, only a week after the dogfight, suddenly Molly's wounds were scars. She was back to being her normal old, not good sight or mobility self. And I will not, well, rather, I will never not believe in the paranormal again. The Tall Entity. After we finally got a new house rented, my boyfriend went back to his nightly gym routine. From his first night gone, around 7 o'clock at night, I noticed these flying ants, for lack of a better description. Roughly half an inch long all over the house. A ridiculous amount. Naturally, I got up to investigate where they were all coming from. I noticed that they were coming in from a window unit, the AC in the living room wall. I turned it off, killed all the ones I could, and realized at around 8 p.m. they were gone. What I didn't realize until about 9-ish is that the dead ones were gone too. Disappeared into thin air. The next night again, at around 7, I hear a loud rattling noise coming from the living room. I jump up, worried one of the animals had messed with something, to see a metal chain on the ceiling fan swinging hard against the light dome. It was causing the rattling and the clanging noise. As soon as I walked into the room, I see ants shooting out of the AC once more. Again, I kill as many as possible, and again, by around 8 p.m. they disappear. We used to have boyfriends, niece and nephew stay with us a lot, at least every weekend. The ants and the clanging chain lasted about a week. Then they suddenly stopped. Now, we took the AC apart and never found any nest or anything. So where they come from, who knows? Anyway, one afternoon, a couple of days after the activity stopped, the nephew was lying in the sofa and asked to have been messing with one of the fan blades. When we look up, we see what looked like 3 fingers had been dragged across it. Ignoring it, thinking it was there before we moved in and we just hadn't noticed, I cleaned the blades the next day. This fan was too high for even my 5'10" height to reach without a stepladder. I lived there for around a year. The only other thing that happened was a month or so later, as dust had accumulated once more on the fan, 3 marks reappeared on one of those blades. The day after, for the last time, the chain was made to swing hard enough to hit the light dome. I call this tall entity, I guess, because whatever caused the marks had to have been at least 6'5" to be able to reach up there toward those blades. Now, I know this isn't the scariest of stories. It's not even the scariest that's happened to me. But I did want to document these things in order as they happen. There's a few pieces of crucial pieces of information, rather, that you sort of left out here. You're concerned about these ants. I don't know what part of the world you live in, but if you live in the eastern part of the world, there's a lot of this. They can come up through drains, through windows, and they're maybe 1.5 inches long, and there'll be thousands of them. I have endless stories of some things like that. And the fun thing is you'll see thousands of them. They'll all have these wings, and you'll think, oh, they're just everywhere. You can't do anything about it. You can't fight it. So you go to sleep, and you wake up, and then all of a sudden, all of the ants and just wind up being gone. Because apparently their wings fall off, and there's just piles of wings all over the floor everywhere, like you could sweep them up, amount of wings. Point is, other bugs come and grab those wings, and bug recycle them. So out of the 2 things that you were saying, one of them being the ants, I haven't heard very many bug-related paranormal things. But I've had too many of bug-related things not to just simply relate to what you're doing there. So I might disregard the bug thing. Secondly, I don't know how much you've cleaned in your life, but the dust is pretty interesting, and it's affected by magnetism. So I don't really know much about your fan, but I do know, because I've had some, is that dust will accumulate in certain spots in a fan. So if there's some magnetic piece of material somewhere on it, the dust won't want to settle there. Or if there was some sort of a film or residue on that surface, it'll collect on the more porous and easy to adhere part of the blade. But it could be ghosts, because those are a thing too. But when there's bug stuff and technical stuff, I'm going to say something, especially since it's all the way at the end of the stories, and very few people are hearing me ramble on about this anyway. But don't yell at me. Next story. Is there a spirit in my house? I'm not really too religious, but I do believe in spirits and ghosts. I've always felt like being followed and watched since I was about 9 years old. I also saw shadowy figures in the corner of my eye a lot. But it's recently been attributed to mild psychosis I have due to lack of sleep, and that's due to chronic insomnia. I've also had consistent panic attacks since the same age. That has also been attributed to anxiety. But despite being on medication, I only seem to be getting a little bit better. I know that medication takes a while to work, but I usually just accepted that. However, recently, my friend and I were playing with the dartboard. I've had it for a while. Never really used it until she came over, though. Her and I started to ask it yes or no questions about her future as a joke. A dartboard? Okay. After she left, I continued asking it because I was having fun. After a while, I started getting a weird feeling around it, like as if something was actually guiding the darts to hit or miss the board. Your hand. And then I started to ask it religious questions, such as, is God real or does hell exist? It seemed to answer yes to the question that glorified the devil and no to the question that glorified God. I then asked if there was a spirit, which it replied yes. I also asked it some yes or no questions that, well, I was sure I would know the answer to, and all of them were answered correctly. This started a few days ago, and ever since I kept thinking about it and kept getting the urge to ask it more questions. My friend, who only asked a few questions once and not really since, said that she couldn't get the board out of her mind either. Today I was doing something on my computer. That's when my light started flickering. My computer and the other plugged-in devices were unaffected. It was just my lights. Something in me said I should ask the board if it had something to do with the lights, so I did, and it replied yes. As I talked to it, my lights became stable. Once I noticed, I asked the board if it wanted me to leave it alone, or at least for now. It said yes, and my lights stayed stable. My lights have never done this before. It may all be a coincidence, but my dartboard is like magnetic felt. I used both magnetic darts that I knew had very strong magnets and Velcro-covered balls that stick to all the fabric that I tried it on, including felt. Yet when I asked it a question that I knew the answer was no, the darts seemed to lose magnetism when they hit and the balls didn't stick. When I asked it a question I knew was yes, the darts and balls stuck. Whenever I approach it, it suddenly gets an intense feeling of fear that goes away when I'm farther away from it. Is it possible that this is a paranormal thing in some way? I'm in no way an expert in this area, so if I'm overreacting, please let me know. On a sunny summer day in England, 20 years ago, I was sat in my friend's bedroom in the new house his family had just built on the side of an old barn. We had the windows open, and a soft breeze and the distant sound of people in the park were drifting through. We were watching movies, eating snacks, having a lazy summer holiday afternoon. There's nothing eerie or scary about any of it. No scary films, no talk of anything of the sort. In between films, my friend got up to replenish the snacks. That was while I was changing the disc. He called my name from the door, and as I was turning to answer, I felt the distinct, unmistakable sensation of an ice-cold hand tightening on my neck. I dropped the DVD case as my hands instinctively flew up to my throat to pull this hand away. But of course, there was nothing there. It had completely restricted my breathing. I couldn't take a breath. My friend ran over in a panic and led me to the sofa to sit down while I gasped for air, utterly terrified. He kept saying, just breathe, while he fumbled for his phone and started dialing 999. Then on one of the just breathes, I was suddenly able to just take a breath. It probably lasted less than a minute, but I broke down shaking and crying. It's the only unexplainable thing that's ever happened to me. I've always been enthralled by ghost stories and tales of the unexplained, but this is my only real-life experience. I have no medical conditions or allergies. Nothing that's developed in the 2 decades since this has happened. Nothing that could explain what caused this freak accident, but when I asked my friend about it years later, he said it looked like a ghost walked through me. Not that he saw a ghost, but the terror on my face and how I turned sheet white and frozen. Kids in the Woods. When I was around 12 years old, I was at my cousin's house for a party. I'm pretty sure it was around Christmas time. We were hanging out in their backyard in the woods, and part of their backyard is like a wooded area. We came to this tree that used to have a treehouse in it. All that's left of that treehouse is some steps leading to it and a few platforms. Not safe to get up if you can even at all. My cousin, an 8-year-old male at the time, told us this story. A story about the kids who had that treehouse and how it died when it collapsed. I personally thought this was a bunch of BS, but I kind of went with it. We eventually headed back to the house, but I decided to go back into the woods alone. As I was walking into the woods, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. Like I was safe there, safer than anywhere else. As I'm walking, I'm looking around and I see a light blue and white checkered flag up in a super thin tree that I didn't notice before. As I'm looking at this and trying to figure out how it got there, I started to hear kids' voices, laughing, talking, just having fun. I didn't think much of it at the time as my cousins were out in the treehouse, a new one that they built, not the old rundown one. As I'm walking closer to the old treehouse, the voices seemed louder. I looked back up at the flag. It was moving despite there not being any wind. I shook it off as I couldn't feel the wind from down here, but there was wind and looked back down. That's when I saw them. 6 children with white skin, like snow-white skin. Like there was no snow on the ground, by the way, either, so very white. They all seemed to be wearing winter gear, although it looked dull and dirty. They were walking toward me, but I didn't run. I wasn't afraid for some reason. I heard a branch snap, and that's when I did run. As I went back toward my cousin's house, I was surprised to see that they weren't outside. I found them in the living room playing video games, and when I asked them when they came in, they said, "When you were walking to the woods, why?" The kids I heard weren't them. Still don't know to this day who those kids were. They weren't other neighbor kids, as none of them lived too close to the cousins. Were they a figment of my imagination? Whatever it was, it's one of the reasons I believe. I moved into a house a year ago with my parents. One of the previous owners still lives here. On December 12th of last year, me and my family moved into a new house. I was between my first and second semester of college when we moved, so I decided to take up a part-time position at a Christmas tree farm to get some extra cheese for the holiday. That pretty much meant that I was never home. After a few days of actually living there, some things started happening. Now, I'm a lazy bastard. I didn't unpack for like another 2 months. In fact, I still have a box of 2 clothes and other shit that I just haven't touched. But anyways, there were about a dozen boxes of various things sat inside my room. After a shift at the farm one night, I went to a buddy's house and spent the night. I didn't get home till 2 p.m. the next day, so I was out of the house for some time over 24 hours. My mom was home alone decorating the living room. That's when she started hearing boxes being thrown in the bedroom. In my bedroom. She assumed I was finally unpacking, so she didn't think much of it. The throwing became more and more aggressive as time went by, so she eventually busted into my room to figure out what my malfunction was. Except all of the boxes where I left them. The room was empty. It was weird, but it got weirder when my mom remembered that the guy who lived here several years ago hid his off switch in the house on Christmas Eve. We had to do a lot of work on the home before we moved in, so it had been almost 2 months before we actually moved in, which is why it slipped my mother's mind that the guy had died. I think his name was either Billy or Bobby. Something you name your kid that sounds good on a kid. I'm pretty sure every parent thinks it's the name that they pick, but yeah. Anyways, turns out that he offered himself... Anyway, turns out he offered himself in my bedroom. I believe what they meant was that he offed himself in his bedroom. It didn't bother me really, and figured if he's gonna haunt me, it's cool as long as he sticks to throwing boxes and doesn't actually mess with me. A day or 2 passes and I'm in my bedroom unpacking. That's when I hear this loud crash and glass shattering. So I run downstairs and I see what happened. I make sure that everyone's okay and I see my parents just sitting on the couch. I ask what happened and my mom just sort of gestures to the floor and said the clock fell. I looked and sure enough, the clock that we had that was on the wall had fallen off and broke. She said not to worry about it and that she'd clean it up in a minute. At first glance, I thought that the screw I had planted into the wall was maybe stripped out, but that didn't sit right with me. So I checked it out and the screw was still in the damn wall. I had to plant it into a stud in the wall with a daily long screw, so it didn't pry itself out. This clock is stupid heavy. It was a big decorative piece of metal and a place that's you hang it's one of those little keyhole things on the back. So you have to slide it over the screw or the nail to prevent it from falling. This clock definitely couldn't have fallen off the wall on its own, but my folks said that it had. The last encounter I personally had, it was definitely lackluster in comparison to the others. I was home alone and my dog was following me around just to steal my sandwich. She's a 3-pound toy Yorkie poo, and despite giving everyone in the house grief for wanting his tiny dog, I like her enough to spoil her when nobody's looking. So I bent down to give her a little scrap of turkey. That's when she started freaking the fuck out. While I'm trying to calm her down, I hear this tapping on the stove. We have a cookie jar that we sort of recycle to use with our cookware container. It sits between 2 of the eyes of the stove. I look at it, and it's gently rattling. I figured it was just something that happened in the house, but maybe it's something that I hadn't caught, like perhaps the AC kicking on and shaking a little bit or something. It just didn't bother me at first. That was till it started getting more and more aggressive, till I thought the jar was going to explode or some shit. But before it could, everything went silent. No rattles, no barking. I even realized I'd started holding my own breath. The next day was Christmas Eve, so I was expecting the house to implode, but it didn't. Nothing happened in the house after that. Well, until early this morning, which reminded me of all this shit. Nothing big happened, but I got off my shift at around 11. I went to bed at around 1. I was asleep for maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours when my dog started flipping shit in the hallway. I get up, I look out of the hallway, and I don't see shit. My younger brother just wakes and peeks out at me and he asks what's going on. We have had some issues with trespassing before, so I got very defensive of the house. I sent my brother back to his room so I could take a look. I flip on the hallway light and there's nothing there, but my dog's still fucking panicking. She's panicking like her life is about to end. My parents' room is downstairs in the basement, so they don't really catch wind of this till the next time I tell them. I start to panic and I'm flipping on every light in every room searching for anybody there. And all of a sudden she stops barking. No calming down, just ceases. That reminded me of the cookie jar, and I was relieved for about 2 seconds because I knew, well, oh my god, nobody was really in the house. But I didn't like the idea of this old dude lingering around again, now that it's getting closer to Christmas. We can probably all agree the only old man we want lingering around during Christmas has a beard and has a thing for chimneys. My first-hand ghost experience. This all begins about 19 years ago. The house that my parents first moved into was originally an old church, but it was remodeled into being a house. Not much of the old church was left in the house, minus the wood flooring in the den. Now apparently, my parents had heard choir music, the sounds of boots on hardwood floors, and I'd even seen a shadow figure once. But as for what happened to me, my parents were trying to move me from sleeping in their bedroom to my own. But for some reason, I just wouldn't do it. My only reason being was I was scared to. So my mom asked me, "Why are you so scared to sleep in your own room? Do you need a nightlight maybe?" And apparently I said, and I quote, "Because of the tall dark man in the corner over there." Then apparently I pointed over to a corner of my room where, surprise, surprise, no one was. A few other things happened in that house, but none to me personally. If there's interest, I can make a separate post on it. Fast forward a few years, and we're at our second house. And this is where shit starts to get crazy. I feel like I should preface by saying that there's a room in my house. We'll just call it the den. Since day one of being in this house, I never liked that room. I felt like I was being watched every time I was alone in there. So I did everything in my power to stay out of that room. I still do even to this day. The first incident was when I was no older than 9, maybe 10. It was the last day of school for me and my little brother Mark. Me, my mom, and Mark were at our house. Mark realized that he's left the towel at school. Needed to go back to go get it. My mom then turns to me and said, "Are you okay at staying at the house for about 10 minutes while we go back up to the school and get it?" I said I was. The school was less than a mile from where we were at. A few minutes after they left, I'm sitting in the living room and I start to hear my mom and Mark talking from my mother's bathroom. Even though I'm completely home alone, I then hear them start to laugh. Then it stops and everything was quiet. A few minutes later, my mom and Mark walked back into the house. However, 10-year-old me didn't even bother to mention it for some reason. A few years ago, well, until the next incident, a few years go by. Now before we keep going, I need to explain 2 things to you, dear reader. First thing, I need to tell you that, personally, I'm very much a night owl. Staying up to 3 or 4 in the morning is nothing new to me. The second thing. In my house, there's a hallway. At one end is the front door. At the other end is the back door. Now, this hallway has 4 doorways and entryways. The den, the office, and the kitchen. Then my parents' room. The kitchen has a bar, so you're able to see the whole living room and into my parents' room. If their door is open, at least. And then further up next to the front door is the den. This next part takes place a few months ago, around 2-ish at night. I'm standing in the kitchen, I'm washing dishes. As I'm doing so, I hear 2 things crystal fucking clear coming from the den down in the hallway. I hear an old man go, "Shh," followed by a little girl giggling. I freeze in the middle of what I'm doing. I'm the only person awake right now. I don't have a little sister, and both Mark and my dad are asleep. I am the only person awake. Now at this point I'm panicking on the inside. However, I'm trying to keep my composure on the outside. I turn off the water in the sink and I walk to my parents' bedroom. I then shake my dad awake and I say, "Is there anybody else in this house besides me, you, and Mark?" He simply said, "No, there isn't," and just falls back asleep. Annoyed, I walked out of my parents' room and I'm immediately looking down the hallway. Right towards the den, there's nothing. Just like there should be. I sigh and I go back to doing dishes because ghost or no ghost, I still have chores that need to be done. The next night, again, same story. I'm doing dishes and now something to note. I had just stood up and my shorts slipped a bit and I pulled them back up. So now the front half of my shirt is pretty untucked. The back half of my shirt is tucked into my shorts. And as I'm washing dishes, I feel something grab the back of my shirt and pop it. Very similar to the way your mom would grab you and fix your shirt by popping and pulling it out of your pants and shorts. And surprise, surprise. That's just what the fucking ghost did. It untucked my shirt from the back of my shorts. I just simply ignored it and kept doing dishes. But again, inside, I'm extremely terrified. One other incident I forgot to mention. Next to the den, there's a room. We just simply call it the office, like I said above. There's a few things in this room. 2 recliners, the family computer, mini fridge, and most importantly of all, the router. Now again, it's about 1-ish at night and the Wi-Fi is being extremely slow for some reason. I groan, I get up, and I head into the office. Now again, the office and the den are right next to each other, so I never really like going to the office alone. Well, especially at night. But tonight I had to. So I go into the office, go to the router, press the reset button, and then sit down from one of the 2 recliners that we have in there while I'm waiting for the Wi-Fi to reset. Now, the office door is actually a twin set of doors. Both these doors open the same way, so there's a small gap in between them. And where does that small gap look into? Right into that damn den. So I'm sitting there and I can't shake this feeling that I'm being stared at. Like 2 eyes are looking at me and burrowing into my very soul. I shake my head and I try to ignore the feeling. After the Wi-Fi box resets, I head back to my room and lay down on my bed. And that's when I feel it, a red-hot burning pain on my hand. I look down at my hand and there's 3 red scratch marks on it. Fast forward a few months. Nothing happens. Just the same old feeling that you're being watched, wherever you go. Until one night the metaphorical dam finally burst. I'm heading to bed, and now this involves making sure the front and back door are both locked. So, first thing I check the front door. It's locked, so I walk down the hallway. I reach the back door and unlock it. I then turn around and I see half a person walking into my den. The lower half. It's cut off right at the waist. And now this person was completely see-through and sort of gray, like the ghost in the Harry Potter movies. So I stand there for a few seconds in pure disbelief at what I just saw. I then very quickly walk from my room, shut the door behind me, because everybody clearly knows that ghosts can't follow you into your room. The most recent incident was last month. This time I was not the only person awake. However, I was the only person in the house. My dad was out in the garage working, so I'm standing in the kitchen eating a sandwich. It's important to note as well that my parents' door was open in the story, so I look up from my food for a second, and I see it again. It's half of a person standing in my parents' room, but this time it's the top half. I look back down at my food, and it's only after about half of a second that my brain processed what the hell I just saw. I then quickly look back up and into my parents' room. There's nothing. No one was there. Now here we are in the present day. Nothing new has happened as of late, however the feeling of being watched at night grows stronger by the day. It's actually gotten to the point where I don't like to be out of the kitchen or anything at night. And also, before anybody asks, no, I'm not the only person who's experienced stuff. Both my parents and Mark have as well. And probably most of you. And me. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where mystery and the supernatural collide. Subscribe and hit notifications to keep up with our thrilling stories. Prepare for an adventure into the eerie. My dog has been refusing to go into our kitchen for weeks now. My parents and I moved into our current house when our German Shepherd, now almost 2, was just a puppy, about 3 months old. So she's quite comfortable everywhere in the house, except suddenly the kitchen, which used to be one of her favorite spots because of all the dog treats and food being in there. The kitchen has nothing scary about it, except for the fact that there's a door leading to the basement. When we moved in, I knew the basement was creepy, all cement, multiple rooms, but the one that stood out. The breaker room fit with a dusty, abandoned storage cabinet, the breaker panel, and a shit ton of spray paint on the walls reading things like, "John lived here." There's one with a saying that I can't quite remember, but it always gives me a creepy feeling when I read it. I'm not sure who lived in the house before us, but John isn't the name of the man who sold it to us, but it could have easily been a previous renter. No big deal, I guess. Never really thought much of the basement being creepy other than making jokes to my friends about how freaky it is down there. That'll be while I'm doing laundry, but I got a treat from my German Shepherd after taking her out at night as usual. But she was timid walking into the kitchen, and darted basically, throwing her treat to the floor in the process out of the kitchen. While I thought it was weird, I assumed there might have been a rat or something as we live in a very rural area. But I checked everything and I found nothing. Since then, she refuses to step more than 2 or 3 steps into the kitchen, sometimes even crying as if she can't come in. I'm not sure if my house is quote-unquote haunted, but I can tell you it's an old thing. And this situation is just screaming paranormal to me. I don't really know much about the property, but I'm curious if anybody's had similar experiences, or if they think this could be paranormal. It's so odd to me that she won't come in or even for treats. Anybody have any ideas why this could be happening? Paranormal or not? Legend comes to life. There is this legend where I come from. The Galipote, according to Google, this is the definition. To become a Galipote, one must make a pact with the devil himself, selling their soul for the ability to change oneself into another form. A witch doctor is also able to help transform a human into this evil creature. This is not one of those legends created to make kids be respectful or to scare them into not doing wrong things. This is a nationwide legend. It's used, or from wide, or from what I understand, to alert people who like to travel alone or in pairs. People who are too kind and like to pick up people from the road to give them rides, or just people with luck who finds them running around. Anyways, I was about 10 years old when this happened. Galipotes have never been something mentioned as much in the city as in the countryside, and so I never really believed in it. My grandma always tells stories about them, though. She'll say things like, "You guys heard that chicken clucking? That's a galipote because it's after 6 p.m. They should be sleeping by now." But I never really thought there was such a thing. Well, at the end of 2009, one of my cousins, let's call him Andreas, had disappeared out of nowhere. He was on subs and stealing, so everybody knew something like this would happen at some point. Well, 2 months later, February, I all went to a cousin's house. All my family was talking about him. The last time somebody saw him was 2 blocks away from said cousin's house. So anyway, the clock hits 1 a.m. and my cousins are watching a horror movie. I don't remember what movie it was, and me and my older cousin, 16-year-old female, we decided to go and listen to the gossip of the grown people. We go outside and we sit with them. It was my aunt, my grandma, my aunt's cousin, and her husband. 2 of their neighbors and us. So they were talking about how Andreas was so funny when he was younger, and how his mom was the one who introduced him to drugs and robbery. And as we're sitting outside, it was on a hill, by the way, we heard something running really fast, almost like a horse. It was indeed a horse. 1 a.m. in the city. Weird, but not that much. We went running at the end of the hill and we saw him. Nobody was riding him, and out of nowhere somebody's running behind him chasing him. We all got up because obviously we got a little bit scared. My grandma immediately asked us to go inside, to which I said no and went crawling to her. The neighbors got so startled that they looked and took all their chairs and went inside their houses. My aunt just said, "That's a galipote," and started laughing. Well, we go inside and tell our cousins about what happened, and they didn't believe it. My grandma told them, and that's when they got scared. Well, it's around 2:30 a.m., probably. We're all in bed trying to sleep. We heard a knocking on the window. It was 6 of us in a room. We all heard it. My cousin, an 11-year-old male, and he said to me, "Get up and open the door." To which my other cousin, let's call her Anna, 13-year-old female, they said it was at the window. I didn't say anything, but I knew it was out the window. My aunt comes into the room and tells us to go to sleep. Her son asks her if she was knocking on the wall. She said, "Why no son oops, I cannot speak Spanish, almost just tried. But it roughly translates into, "Isn't it you? Stop playing and shut up." My older cousin started crying, saying that it was a galipote. Her mom came into the room and told her to grow up and left. Not even a minute after, somebody knocked on the window so hard that it felt like I was going to just have the whole thing break. My aunt winds up coming running into the room, and we're almost all crying at this point. I don't know why or how I'm on the inside of the closet with my 2 younger cousins, but we are, and we're sobbing. She said something between the lines of, "Why are you guys making all this noise at somebody else's house?" I think she thought that we were playing or something. Then the front door. Somebody knocked hard enough for my uncle to come all the way from the back room, and he goes, "Who is it?" "This is Carmen." And he opens. It was the neighbor. She said that there's something knocking on her window. Everybody came out, but not my grandma or us. We stayed inside cuddling, and my grandma was praying Santa Maria Madre Dios. Oh, Spanish again. I'm not good at that. I took German. We managed to fall asleep in the living room, while the adults were scattered around the living room and the room where we were. The sun is out and everybody gathers up outside. They found a shoe all dirty, piece of hair on both sides. The neighbors and ours. and pieces of corn. Fast forward a month later. All my cousins were at my grandma's house. 9 of us and my little sister. They were 3 years old at the time. They're sleeping in a room, and she especially is by herself. My grandma had this feeling, and she asked us to tune in for the news. There he was. The man in the news was asking for people to come all the way to the countryside to identify the body. And it's Andreas. Who's originally from, well, a location I can't share. My grandma only said, "I knew it." They showed his body, his face had been ripped off. He was only wearing jeans and they threw him in a hole. His wallet was on the side of the hole. Ugh. Minutes later, my sister started crying. My grandma yelled at the window in Spanish, and it roughly translates into, "Leave. It's time for you to sleep. It's past 6. And then we heard a chicken. That was an interesting one. But, just so you know, chickens can be night owls too. Or, you know. Whatever it is, it's back. Well, 6 months ago my mom started working in a new company. She works from 4 a.m. to about 12 p.m. Since my mom doesn't have a license, I have to drive her there at about 3:25 a.m. 4 months ago I couldn't sleep. Not at all. I don't really use my phone in those cases. But after a couple of hours, I noticed that it was 1:48 a.m. I heard the chairs at the dining room table moving. I thought that maybe my mom was just already up getting something to eat. However, when I opened the door of my room, by the way, I can see the kitchen right away, there wasn't anyone in there. I closed the door, went back to my bed. I thought, must be a demon. I literally fell asleep right away. At 3:05, my alarm goes off. I went to the kitchen, got some coffee, and my mom comes out of her room ready to leave. We left, and because I'm kind of sleepy, I didn't pay much attention to my mom bickering over dishes and such. That was until my mom said, "Couldn't you sleep last night? Next time you get tea, try not to make it so much noise." I didn't say anything there because I was still trying to stay awake. I dropped her off and came home, fell asleep, and forgot about it. 12:35 p.m. We're on our way home, and I asked my mom what she had said this morning. She repeats all the bickering and then, "Oh, and also, stop making so much noise taking your tea to your room." I told my mom I heard the chairs moving and I thought it was her, to which we both just didn't say anything. We told my grandma and she said, "Look around the house. Maybe you guys brought an object or something." We don't use any religion objects because we don't really believe in such a thing. And so we found a little cross a friend gave my sister, tossed it out, and we forgot about the whole thing. Well, 2 weeks ago, my sister, grandma, and I went out in the country. My mom is all by herself. She texted me at around 3 a.m., asking me if I was awake. I was, and so I called her. "I hear something is in your sister's room." I got chills, and we live on the 2nd floor. I asked her what she heard, and she said, "It sounds like somebody's walking in the kitchen." I asked her to call 911 because maybe somebody broke in. She asked me to look at the cameras. I told her to wait a sec. I went into the app and nope, all the doors are locked. No car or anything was outside either. And no, there was no people downstairs since it's a business that closes at 8. My mom took the courage and went out. Well, luckily, there's nothing. She ran to her room and started praying. She asked my cousin to sleep with her for the next week. 3 days later, my cousin said that she wouldn't be able to stay. My mom told me that she would be still in my room since it's the smallest, which is a mistake because I'm the one who's seen more shit than you can imagine. She called me at 4 a.m. and asked her what was going on, and she said, "I heard something in your closet." Then on the right side of the bed, like somebody was knocking on it. I told her to pray aloud so that anything could leave. She did, and I'm not surprised by this, but she was able to fall asleep a little bit later. Well, I came back by myself this Thursday. The first thing I did was take a nap. At around 9 p.m., I woke up and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. As I'm opening the fridge, I saw a shadow standing by the bathroom. It's the same place where me and my sister, quote-unquote, saw my mom a couple of months ago. A story I already told here. I started praying, and my mom came out of her room and said, "You saw something, right?" I'm scared. Turns out something was at my door. I'm interested in hearing paranormal experiences, and after the many I've read, some might find mine less mystifying or spooky. But personally, I'd love to hear about the little experiences like mine. The ones where at a first glance you shrug it off, but then sometimes later you're like, wait a minute. That's what this, my first known experience, was like, basically. Thinking back, there's probably a number of signs, but most could easily be debunked. Stuff falling off my bookshelf, my friends swearing up and down that they would hear a little girl in the background of my mic. That would be like while I was on calls on Skype or something. In the moment, I never paid it much thought, but it did leave me wondering. What really got the cogs moving in my head was the time my doorknob randomly started jerking. I don't know if, well, you, being the person reading this or hearing this, is familiar what it's like when a toddler or maybe a cat tries to turn a doorknob. Maybe even a raptor in the original Jurassic Park, says the narrator. It's like they've got a grip on it, but they're not really strong enough to fully turn the knob. So it just sort of weakly turns and then jerks back. For months at random moments throughout the day, my bedroom doorknob would do this. I would always brush it off as my cat because she was the type who didn't like the doors to be closed on her. Typical cat stuff. If you'd open the door, she'd come walking in only to immediately leave. I didn't want to keep getting up and opening the door only for her to leave, so I just ignored it. Not to mention, I was in my 20s, still living at home with my parents, and my dad's office nook was just outside my bedroom door, so I naturally kept my door shut at all times. One day I was in my room doing my thing when the doorknob started jerking again. I continued to ignore it, and it wasn't really long before I heard my dad get up and open my bedroom door and proceed to look around with a confused look in his face. He then says, thought maybe there was a cat locked in your room or something." So he heard the door jerking as well. He confirms it was not coming from the other side of my door, which means it wasn't my cat. That was when I started to consider paranormal possibilities. I turned to my best friend for a second opinion and thoughts on what it should do, or what I should do. She suggested I get some help with cleansing my house. However, my parents were, emphasis on were, massive skeptics. My dad would say that if anybody ever was dealing with spirits and demons, that means they'll simply just strayed too far from God. He's very religious. But if I wasn't getting any malicious vibes, I could simply try asking who or whatever it was to simply stop. I decided to ask it to stop. I waited until the next moment came where my doorknob started jerking again. I looked in the direction of my door and firmly said, "Could you please stop?" And it stopped immediately upon my asking. Never happened again. I lived in that house for a few more years as well. Some have tried to debunk it as a draft going through the house or as the wood swelling and shrinking with the weather. However, it doesn't add up given some of the factors. And looking back, I think perhaps my mom and I brought something home with us. My mom loves antiques, and I inherited her love for antiques as well. Our house had a lot of antiques. Without going into detail, because I feel that would be like another post or comment, but I think it was the start of a presence that we brought home and would bring into their next home and would inevitably turn my massive skeptic parents into believers. Experiences I've never been able to explain. So I live in a house that isn't particularly old. We moved in when it was first built, about 6.5 years ago. I've been extremely paranoid since a non-paranormal experience about 4.5 years ago. So this may be the result of that. While I don't immediately assume ghosts are behind everything, sometimes they seem to be the most logical explanation, though. There's been times where doors I've closed that I've found later opened. Nobody was around except me, and I've heard footsteps on 1 or 2 upper floors when both myself and the dogs were downstairs. That was while I was home alone. However, I think the most convincing experience was late one night. We had 2 dogs at the time. Our younger one, Harper, was about 1 year old. Our older dog, Ramses, was about 10 years old. About 6 months after we got Harper, we got a dog doorbell system to help train her. One part attached to the bottom of the back door, one to the bottom of the garage door, and the last part plugged into an outlet. When the dog would press the part on the door, it would ring, sort of like a normal doorbell. We'd take her outside. Oh, my dog would kill me with that. This was normal until it went off at 3 a.m. while everyone was asleep. So the dog woke up, had to go outside, so she rang the bell. Makes sense, right? Nope. Harper was locked inside her crate. She was awake, but she wasn't able to come out of it. Our other dog, Ramses, was dead asleep on the 2nd floor. That's in my room. I was asleep at the time, and so was my brother. I woke up my mom and dad, and my dad had 911 on speed dial, just in case somebody had broken in and maybe hit it by accident. There was nobody in the house, and the doorbell doesn't run on batteries. So it wasn't a low battery warning, like a smoke detector. We considered a power surge to the outlet, but the other device plugged into the outlet was fine. It takes more than just a little bit of wind to cause it to go off, so the only logical explanation is that someone or something pushed it. But what? We've never been able to explain it. We haven't plugged the doorbell in since. Can't say I blame you. All of the paranormal experiences I had so far. Maybe they each deserve their own post, but anyway, here's a list of every event that happened to me that I still cannot explain. Bullet point number 1. Grandma's ghost visits to announce her death. My memories of this are a bit fuzzy because I was only about 4. But I was playing in the backyard with my second cousin while my mom watched us. Suddenly she looked alarmed, saying something like, "Kids, stay here. Someone's in the house." I remember that this scared me, and of course we didn't listen and we followed my mom in the house. No one's there, but there was some noise upstairs, so we rushed there just in time to see a sort of hanged picture get thrown onto the floor. I remember the glass shards being everywhere. My mom was very confused and said that she had seen my grandma in the window. That very night we got the call confirming that she had died. Bullet point number 2. The ghostly arm. My scariest encounter by far. I must have been 9 or 10 at the time. My friend Mike invited me to his place, and we were just chatting with the girl on MSN until I saw something from the corner of my eye. There was a black translucent arm going through the wall. I was too shocked, or rather I was too shocked to say anything. My friend, being somewhat unfazed, just said, "Oh, you see the arm too?" Apparently, he had been seeing stuff like that a lot. To this day, I still can't explain this rationally. Bullet point number 3. The glove disappears and reappears exactly where it was. So I'd come back to my dorm room from the store. It was during the winter. I put my coat and gloves on the bed. I opened my closet door and put away my things, only to see that one of my gloves is missing. I thoroughly searched my tiny room and nothing to be found. Until from the corner of my eye I see something black flash by, and here was the lost glove, exactly where it originally was. Bullet point number 4. Grandma warns me that he's going to die. This one might just be a coincidence. I knew my grandpa had been in the hospital for a while and wasn't doing well. He had severe head trauma. But anyway, I saw him in a dream and he kept it short as he always did. He said, "I'm going now." And he was indeed gone that very day. Something had punched me. I'm not really sure about this one, but I was working outside all by myself in a remote swamp area surrounded by fields. I definitely felt something hit me in the back, hard. My first thought was that somebody had arrived and had thrown something like an apple or a baseball in my direction. But no, nothing on the ground. No one to be seen. Maybe a bird that hit me and flew away, who knows. And lastly, garbage can moves by itself. Seemingly a classic poltergeist. In 2 instances, the lid to my trash can with a swing top started to flip around super fast. It was like somebody punched it. And another time it flipped over as if somebody kicked it. Each time it was in my direction, or in my direct field of vision at least. So I know it's not a rat getting inside or anything. Paranormal activity in new house. One. When we first went upstairs, there was a brand new toilet paper holder still in its package in the washroom. The holder would play Christmas carols when you turned it, otherwise known as when you pulled the toilet paper to rip it. That's weird. I thought it was cute, and I set it up in the washroom my sister and I used. The whole day the music didn't really work, at least when we used the washroom. We assumed it was dead. At around 3 a.m., ironically, my sister and I were sitting in my room and on a video call with my buddy. For context, our washroom is right next to my room attached. Suddenly we start hearing jingle bells playing. The 3 of us went silent. Nobody was in the washroom. My parents were asleep and snoring. My sister and I were together. It stops and we calm down a bit, but it immediately starts playing again. At this point, my buddy's freaking out and begs me to go and check it out. Being the older sister, I didn't really have much choice. I go into the washroom and the carol stops. I remove the toilet paper holder, break it in half, and throw it outside the garbage bin. The next day, I went down to the basement to find the toilet paper holder in the middle of the living room floor. Just there, fully intact. I broke it again and threw it out, never to be seen again. 2. Another incident that happened the day after the toilet paper holder. I was sitting in my room and I heard a loud bang outside the door. I assumed that my sister was putting something up in her room, which is right next to mine, and ignored it. Then I heard two more bangs. I got annoyed and went into her room to yell at her. I asked, "What the hell are you making so much noise for?" She looks at me pretty confused and says, "I thought that was you." Once again, my parents were both deep asleep. We double-checked to make sure that they were. 3. The night after I was in the washroom, I heard somebody come out of a room, shut the door, go downstairs, open and close cupboards, then come back up and go into a room. I was curious as to who it was because it was around 1 a.m. Only my sister and I were awake. But the footsteps were much lighter than hers. Once I was done, I went into her room to ask her what she went to go down to get. Once again, she says, "I thought that was you." 4. Now, This story is the last incident and by far the most horrifying. My sister and I went upstairs to grab something from a room. We were in a room for about 5 seconds max. When we came back out, there were 2 handprints on the wall. Black handprints, bigger than both of ours and her mom, smaller than her dad's. We asked her parents, and they had no idea where it came from. These handprints were not there 5 seconds before when we had just come upstairs. They appeared within the 5 seconds we were in her room. We called her cousins on video call to show them, and my sister went ahead and touched the handprints. Nothing. I went to touch the handprints, and the black ink smudged all over my hand. Nothing on the wall but blank ink all over my hands. I had 3 people watching this happen too. Sister, cousin, and his girlfriend. Went to wash my hands, came back and touched the prints, and nothing. I'm not too worried about incidents 1 through 3, but the last one still worries me a bit. Why did the ink smudge on my hand? Is it an omen? It happened about 2 years ago, and I still think of it to this day. Haunted school. As a kid, I went to a school that was renowned for being haunted. It was built in the 1910s, but somewhere in the mid-1950s there was a devastating fire that burnt the whole top floor. Not only that, many children died that day. They rebuilt the building without the top floor, making it a 2-story building with a really creepy basement. I have a few stories to share about this school. First, there was always an eerie feeling about the school. If I was walking around alone, it felt like I was always being watched. The wall of one staircase was filled with paintings of children that were former students, or at least that former students had painted. These paintings took up 3 floors of staircases. Every time my friends and I passed these paintings, we would find something different. A soccer ball that was never there, or a girl with a flower that was never there. One day we decided to take note of specific things to see if they were the same, at least the next day. And this was the time of no phones, so no pictures. One note that we took was that one girl in the paintings was smiling and looking towards the right at her friends with a flower. The next day, the girl was looking straight, well, looking directly at us with no smile. When we avoided that staircase, well, basically at all costs. Secondly, the school had a boiler room that you could peek into from the outside. We weren't really allowed inside it, but sometimes at recess, when we're playing around at that area, we would see white apparitions dart around inside. When we would look through the window, nothing would be there. Being kids, we were a bit curious, though. One day we were having an event after school and decided to go up to the boiler room door and try to open it, bravely, since our parents were in the gymnasium next to it. When we turned the knob, it was locked, so we knocked on it 3 times to be exact. Immediately we got 3 knocks back from the other side, and the doorknob started rattling like it was going to open. We all ran to the gymnasium and never looked back. Thirdly, this story is also about the boiler room, but it may sound absolutely crazy. But I swear it's true and one of the craziest things that happened to me. Once when I peeked in from the outside, I saw a huge pipe in the middle of the wall. It extended into a sort of an abyss. At the edge of the pipe was a girl's body just laying there, presumably dead. I told my friends to look, but by the time they peeked in, it was gone. For about a month from that day, I kept having nightmares of a girl in black hair, pale skin, begging me to help her. It was always that same dream. When I asked her what she needed or help with, the dream would just end before she could even tell me. Creepy. Fourth, this last story I heard from janitors who spend the night at the school. They were in the janitor's office, which is in the basement, so one night they're just chatting and having some snacks. That's when they heard kids laughing. It gradually got louder and they started hearing multiple kids laughing and balls bouncing and playing and running around. They went into the gymnasium where the sounds were coming from, and they immediately stopped. They found one singular bell or ball in the middle of the gym. It rolled over to them. Anyways, they eventually broke down the school, and now they build houses on the whole lot. Good luck, houses. Possible haunting. Any opinions? So about a month and a half ago, my partner and I moved into a new house. And just for confirmation, it's a standalone house on its own property, not an attached flat or anything like that. On our initial walkthrough of the house, there was some kind of, what looked like sigils written on the inside of the wardrobe door in the room that's now our bedroom. I've always seemed rather sensitive to spiritual things, but didn't really feel any bad energy or as though anything was off. I didn't think anything of it. Upon moving in, these symbols had been cleansed off by the property manager. So since we've been living here for a few things, they've happened. Nothing really concerning, until lately. One of the first nights we were here, we both woke to what sounded like something kind of big running up and down the hallway outside our bedroom. We checked to see that our cat was sleeping soundly next to us. She zoomies at night sometimes. There was really nothing there. We've had the occasional sighting of something out of the corner of your eye sort of a thing, but again, thought nothing of it. Still no negative feelings at all, so we started referring to whatever we believe may be here as Eddie's friend, because our cat, Eddie, will often go to another room and start chatting away to something. It's as though there's a person with her. She also tends to fixate on particular spaces in the air for good deals of time. Recently, her house has become more active, like bumps and knocks as though somebody's there and doing things, when in fact there's nobody there. Still, I've really not been too concerned, even occasionally sparing a friendly word or two, whatever it may be. But yesterday while I was at work, my partner reported having heard a lot of noise around the house. They had confirmed it hadn't been the cat, and also being woken from a nap by what he says felt like the cat biting his foot. Again, checking, and the cat was nowhere to be found. This altercation has left a rather deep scratch in his foot that drew a good amount of blood. Still haven't felt any, particularly indicating energies. I don't like the idea of telling whatever it is to leave. I guess I have the right to, but any tips or ideas regarding the sigils or wardrobe doors, specifically those? And also, should I worry or should I do anything regarding this? Would really appreciate some opinions on all of this, if anybody has any. You heard her. Static mist auras, blue halo around moon. So I've been able to see what resembles a mist of static in the air since about 2018. It happened spontaneously, and I'd previously never had a single experience which I'd consider paranormal. I don't consider myself as sensitive to the paranormal or anything like that, and this perception of static mist is essentially the only perception I have, or that I've ever had. At least something that I consider to fall under the category of, a few related phenomena are mentioned later in this post, but another way of describing it is vibrating points of light. I have no idea what it is, and why I seem to be unable to find more information on it. I don't believe the static mist is visual snow. It's just three-dimensional and doesn't really move when I shift my body's position in space. Hence why I believe it's an external phenomena, not an internal hallucination or an optical, aberration. If what I'm seeing is truly located in my external environment, as I theorize it to be, why isn't it reported by one or more people in the paranormal community? I've spoken to a few strangers online who claim they can see it too, and I found a paranormal-related book online which has descriptions. These seem to match my experience. Yet so many other paranormal phenomena, of which I have zero first-hand experience, have entire communities of individuals dedicated to them, whereas I can find practically nothing on this. This lack of information frustrates me, because I am fascinated by this static mist and curious to understand more about it. When I relax myself into a semi-meditative state of, well, I guess you could call it consciousness, the perceptions just become more pronounced, such that they usually look like a thin mist starting to solidify right before my eyes, condensing until it resembles steam. When I focus on an area of the mist intensely enough, the resulting solidification that begins to occur honestly resembles the preliminary glimpse of some kind of entity or being. Not only that, but an entity or being was already inhabiting that location, but was previously invisible to human sight. That's my guess anyways. I also perceive segments of it moving around in space at extremely rapid speeds, in what almost resemble thin clouds of smoke, like darting all about my room. And again, I believe these might be entities of some sort. Well, I have absolutely no clue what, or what they're doing, but they often come near my head and just hang around there. But not, sensitive enough to be able to pick up on any other information about them, like their intentions. I can only see a hazy patch of mist, nothing more. Actually, I sometimes think I can feel a slight cool breeze on my skin when it's near me. Does anybody have any idea what that could suggest about the nature of them or it? Or it could simply be an existing temperature differential in the room itself, rather than something paranormal. In low light, this mist becomes much more perceptible, such that every night I essentially have to mentally ignore the sights of these patches of mist zipping by my head and they're pretty much situated in every crevice of my room at this point. And that's what I'm seeing right now as I write this post in the darkness of my bedroom. I've tried communicating to them verbally, asking for some kind of sign that they exist and can understand me, but I've never observed any response to be given. Additionally, I can see auras around physical objects to a very, very faint degree. People, plants, rocks, and so on all have this colored outline around them. As with the general mist, these auras become wider and more pronounced the deeper the state of consciousness I'm in. The most memorable one I've seen emanating was roughly a foot away from the subject's body. It was maroon in color. I can also see a massive blue ring around the moon at night. The blue ring appears to pulsate away from the moon's surface every 3 or so seconds. I've heard from a few online sources of alternative information, in quotes, like the raw material, to name an example, that our moon is an artificial satellite. I have since wondered if this blue pulsating halo is some kind of demonstration of that. Seeing this pulsating blue ring around the moon still unnerves me to this day, more so than the general mist or the colored auras. Starting to get frustrated and confused. I've literally zero other paranormal experiences my entire life, hence why I feel so isolated even from the paranormal communities of the world, since the one type of experience I can attest to is not reported of, basically by any of their members. They seem to experience most frequently or shared ones. I've never had any first-hand exposure to those. Do any of you have experience or knowledge or theories as to what this might be? I would appreciate any contributions, and if you look through my post history, you'll see that I've made numerous posts on the subject, spanning several years now. I still don't feel like I have answers. And also, is there any way to increase my ability to see this mist, aside from relaxing myself into a deeper level of consciousness as I already try to do? I don't remember if it's called astigmatism, but if your retina isn't perfectly round, or if it's a little goggly, as people in Appalachia say. You'll see exaggerated rings around everything. Could be that, but I'm sure you checked that. I'll keep an eye out for this static mist. Unexplained knocking from a locked morgue. Okay, so this just happened to me a few hours ago in the middle of the day. I'm already freaked out. I work in a retirement home, and my job often requires me to go into the basement with a cart full of dirty laundry. That means I have to use the elevator. I've done this about 1,000 times already, and never really ever did I hear or see anything unusual. Now, since I work in a retirement home, amongst a lot of other rooms in the basement, there's also a temporary morgue. It's located opposite of the elevator entrance. This morgue was probably used at some point in time, but as long as I've been working there, it was never even unlocked. Nobody used that room for anything. Today I was working as normal, going about my day, not really feeling creeped out at all. It was the middle of the day after all, and I've been in this basement too many times already. Never had a reason to be scared of it. I went down to the basement, emptied the dirty laundry into the laundry room, and called the elevator down again since somebody had used it. So I pressed the button, but the elevator wasn't coming down. Above me, though the closed elevator doors, I could hear two of my coworkers speaking and holding the elevator from closing. The space in the elevator is very acoustic, and you can easily hear people in it from the basement all the way up to the 3rd floor. At this point, I was getting a little bit pissed off because it was a particularly busy day and I didn't have any time to spare. I started knocking on the elevator doors to let them know I was waiting for it. After a few knocks, it seemed to me that they didn't register it as somebody knocking for them to get off the elevator. So I decided to knock in a little sort of a melody and a rhythm to get their attention. Now, this is where something very fucking weird happened. Maybe 5 seconds after that knock, I started hearing knocking back. It didn't have any particular pattern, and it sounded like literal knocking on a door. I first thought that it was coming from my coworkers above. I quickly realized it's coming from behind me. I turned around to find the basement completely empty. I couldn't quite figure out where it was coming from at first, until I came a few feet closer to the sound. It was coming from the fucking morgue. I froze. Thousands of thoughts came rushing through my mind as I tried to somehow rationalize what I was hearing. I wanted to leave the cart behind and just sprint up the stairs to get the fuck out of there. That's when I heard the elevator finally coming down. It was the longest wait ever, but I finally got on and pressed the button to go to the 3rd floor, I think 20 times before the doors closed. Maybe all of this can be very easily explained away with it being an older building, sounds from the pipes or animals, and being a pure coincidence with my knocking. But I never heard a building ever make a knocking sound on the door like that. Needless to say, it really creeped me out. Anyways, this was my first, quote-unquote paranormal experience ever. I'm interested if anybody's had any similar experiences, or has an explanation for whatever the fuck that was. All I can say, based on your location and job, you're in for some more action at some point. Good luck. Am I overthinking or crazy, or is this paranormal? I, a female, share a bedroom with my older brother, a 17-year-old male. We've both experienced some pretty paranormal things in our room. A little background to us. I love horror and anything scary. I own multiple horror movies, a Chucky doll, and even a Ouija board. My brother, on the other hand, doesn't enjoy horror as much as I do, but he does like it. However, he doesn't like my Chucky doll or my Ouija board. Doesn't want to be around them at all. This took place around a couple of months ago and didn't really bother me until my brother mentioned something to me recently. Before I continue on to the actual story, I have to explain that I have a weirdly shaped doorway. So I don't really have a door yet. Instead of a door, there's a very thin curtain there. So if my room light's off and I was in my room and the hallway light was on, somebody just happened to be on the other side of the curtain, I'd be able to see sort of an outline and a figure of them. Now, on to the actual story. At around 2:30 a.m., I was in bed, scrolling through Twitter, reading posts and stuff, when I got the eerie feeling that someone was watching me. So I look up from my phone to my door. I see someone standing in the doorway there, which is immediately creepy because it's dead silent in my house at the time, and my hallway floors make a lot of noise when you walk down them. I would have been able to hear it if somebody was approaching my room, honestly. At first, I think it's my mom, because, well, sometimes she might get up in the night during that time to go to the bathroom. Usually when she does, she checks on us. But this person had curly hair, though. Couldn't have been anyone in my family. None of us have curly hair. Nobody in my family on that, well, is even that height, aside from my mom. Stared at that figure for a long time. Stood there for about 10 minutes, doing nothing but staring. What was so creepy about it was that it was like they could see me through the curtain, even though I couldn't see them. And after a while, they ended up turning around and walking right into the bathroom that's right next to my doorway. Now, let me explain myself. Yes, I could have just gotten up and seen who it was when that whole thing was going on, or seen if it was my imagination. But hell no. That's a death wish. Eventually, I did end up getting up and going to the bathroom to look, though. It's because nobody came back out after a couple of minutes. When I went and checked, no one was there. Nothing was moved, and everything looked normal. So I ended up just going back to my room and staying up until the sun was out. Then I fell asleep. The next day, I did end up telling my parents about it, which my mom said she wasn't really up at the time and kind of shrugged it off as a crazy coincidence or my mind playing tricks on me. However, my dad was immediately interested because he said that the spare bedroom that's locked and securely nailed shut was suddenly open the next day. It's after what I had experienced. Other than telling my parents and my girlfriend, I told no one else. A couple of months after this happened, though, my brother randomly asked me if I'd had any other weird occurrences where I'd see a figure or heard people calling out to me, which I have experienced both before. So of course I told him yes, and then he told me that he heard somebody calling out his name. He was also home alone, and he also said that he had been walking out of the bathroom at one point. The door had aggressively slammed from behind him. He even said that he'd been having strange nightmares about a figure that he couldn't really see. But he said he could tell it had curly hair, which freaked me the fuck out because I hadn't told anybody that the figure had curly hair, except you guys. Personally, I don't really know what to think of this. There's really no logical explanation for this, that at least I can think of. Especially the experiences my brother had. I do believe in ghosts, and I do believe that that's what it was. But I want to really know your guys' thoughts on this. Are me and my family just crazy, or are we dealing with something paranormal? Eerie Encounters, the Bill Vale Story. After working at NASA as a robotics engineer for 15 years, Bill Vale quit his job in 2002 after divorcing his wife and moving back to Arlington, Texas. He wanted to be with his brother. To have a fresh start in his life, he started working his brother's water purification company. Terrified by a strange woman. Just a few weeks after he joined his brother's company, Bill had to take up a Saturday house call to make a good impression on his coworkers. Bill's work was to demonstrate the installation and the usage of the company's water purification system in the customer's house. When he was about to leave for the customer's house, the dispatcher told him that the customer was adamant about him reaching her place at exactly 5 o'clock. She wanted to make sure that he didn't arrive a minute early or late. Although it kind of sounded weird to him, Bill obliged. When he reached the customer's doorstep at exactly 5 o'clock, Bill was greeted by loud, terrifying screams, coupled with the voice of a woman chanting something nonsensical. In the middle of her chant, she kept saying, "Go away," multiple times. Not really sure what was going on, he peeked through the slightly open door of the house. As he visually scanned, he saw 3 men kneeling down on the floor, forming a circle. A woman was walking around them with a book in her hands, chanting something that didn't make any sense to him. Although a complete skeptic, the eeriness of the chant was starting to get into his head. He decided to leave the place. While he was about to leave, the woman started staring right into his eyes while pointing her finger at him. Bill felt that the woman was trying to harm him, escaped the place at once. Once he was at a safe distance from the house, he called the dispatcher, told him about what just happened, and requested not to be sent to that house ever again. A terrifying night. Later that day, Bill cooked his dinner, sat in front of his TV to watch it while he had his dinner. While watching the TV, he noticed something dart across the room in his peripheral. Bill assumed that it was a rodent that should have infiltrated the house, and he scanned the entire house hoping to find it, but his efforts ended in vain. Since it was already late, Bill decided to check again. He went to sleep the next day. His sleep, however, it didn't last long. He was woken up by the sensation of something running over his foot. He immediately concluded that it was the rodent that he had seen earlier and checked the room completely, but he found nothing. Bill convinced himself, saying that he was just making stuff up, and went back to sleep, only to be woken up yet again, and this time he felt his bed shaking, which immediately brought him out of his slumber. But when he opened his eyes, the shaking stopped. Bill thought it was an earthquake, but all the other objects in the room were in place. Being a pragmatic person, Bill tried to find a rational explanation for this. He couldn't find one. As Bill kept surfing the internet searching for any nearby events that could have caused the shake, his internet connection stopped working. Since he wasn't able to really troubleshoot the issue himself, he called the service provider. While speaking to the executive, he suddenly started hearing a static sound, which interrupted his conversation with the executive. Nonsensical chatters and a demonic voice followed the static. Bill was creeped out hearing this voice and immediately cut the call. A few moments later, the executive called him again to inform him that the internet connection was sorted out. When Bill asked this executive if he had heard this static, he confirmed that he had also heard it and apologized to him for, the fault being on his side. After searching on the internet for a more radical explanation for a really long time, Bill finally gave up and went back to his bed. As Bill was trying hard to go back to sleep, he started hearing sounds coming from underneath his bed. It started to frighten him. As he kept keenly listening to the sound, he saw a hand. It was slowly crawling up the bed. When it was about to catch his leg, he pulled his leg to his chest. The hand went back. Bill got into a fetal position and spent the rest of the night in fear. Eeriness continues. The next day, Bill did his best not to say anybody about the weird events in his house. He felt people would not believe him. He returned home later than usual, left the lights turned on for the night. As he kept watching the TV in the well-illuminated house, the lights turned off by themselves. Petrified by this, Bill ran into the closet to retrieve his flashlight. While in the closet, Bill started hearing the boxes on the topmost rack of the closet slamming. With every minute he stayed inside the closet, the slamming grew intense. Bill understood that whatever was inside the closet did not like him being there. So what was the entity terrifying Bill? Something in the closet. Terrified by the slamming, Bill rushed out of the closet. He called his brother Bob and asked him to come to his house. When Bob arrived, Bill asked him to go to the closet without saying anything. although Bob initially refused to go in as it sounded pretty weird, and he eventually gave in to his brother's pleas. So, Bob got into the closet, turned off the light, and shut the closet door. While he was standing inside the closet filled with darkness, he started feeling hard hits on his head and legs. When he instinctively turned on the lights to see what it was, he found nothing. Creeped out, he immediately got out of the closet, but instead of telling Bill what he experienced in the closet, he told him everything seemed to be fine inside it. It was all in order and not to creep his brother out. Bill, however, felt terrible hearing this, as he felt he should have conveyed the events better to his brother. Bill's friend creeps out. After his brother left, Bill called one of his close friends named Michael. He wanted to tell him about things happening around him. Michael was caught off guard hearing Bill rant about the paranormal events occurring around him, as something of this sort had not really happened before. As Bill and Michael kept speaking, Bill started to hear the same static he heard while speaking to the customer executive. He started shouting on the phone, asking Michael not to listen as it was evil. Michael, being a sound engineer, started recording the static. When the static stopped, he played the recording to Bill. This recording clearly captured Bill's shouts, but the static was non-existent. Michael was stunned as he heard on the call was this static, but it wasn't recorded by the recorder. Michael asked Bill to stay safe and to cut the call. Bob confirms. Scared to be alone in the house, Bill invited his brother Bob and his wife to come over to his house for dinner. That was the next day. During the dinner, Bill was sitting in the chair in front of the TV. Bob and his wife sat on the couch. As they were watching TV, Bill saw something dart across the room in his peripheral, which made him get out of his chair and chase it. Bob and his wife were confused by Bill's behavior, and when he returned, they asked him the reason behind it. Without saying anything, Bill asked Bob to sit in the chair he was sitting in previously, focus on his peripheral vision. When Bob did what Bill asked him to do, he got up from the chair and was pretty startled. When Bill asked him what he saw, he confessed to seeing a 5-foot-tall bipedal creature running across the room. To make sure he wasn't just making stuff up, he asked his wife to do the same. She also confirmed seeing this creature. They were unnerved, and the couple asked Bill to come over to their house for a couple of days, but Bill refused. He didn't want to give up his house. Although disturbed, Bill felt relieved as though, he wasn't the only one seeing these strange things. Brian and his crew investigate. For the first time, Bill accepted that things are going on in his house, and they were paranormal. He started surfing the internet to know more about it. As most of the things on the internet weren't really fact-checked, Bill reached out to a paranormal investigation team to help him out. This team was led by Brian. They visited Bill's house the same night. The team inspected Bill's house thoroughly and set up multiple laser beams in Bill's bedroom where the events were most intense. With nothing unordinary happening, the team started to provoke whatever was in the house. And this actually worked. As they were taunting this entity, a laser beam in Bill's bedroom fell down on its own. The crew immediately rushed out and checked the footage from a camera placed in that room. The foliage showed a mist forming in that room when the members started taunting, but the members swore that they didn't see anything. When they cranked up the volume of the footage, the team noticed a demonic voice say, "Put it back." Not only that, but it also said, "He's coming." Feeling that they had enough evidence, the team packed up their stuff, left the house. But before leaving, Brian requested Bill not stay in that house anymore as he felt that something evil was occupying the house. The entity turns violent. That night, Bill left all the lights turned on, played upbeat music, tucked himself up in his bed. As he kept listening to his music, he heard what sounded like a truck smashing into the side of the house. Bill jumped out of his bed and ran out of his house to see the damage to his property. But to his surprise, there was no truck and everything was intact. As he stepped back into his house confused, he heard the same sound coming from the dining room. And this room is where he saw the creature dart through. So he rushes into the dining room to see what was causing the sound. He found all the things in the place as if nothing had even happened. Before he could gather himself, he heard the car alarm go off inside the house. At this point, Bill understood that the creature in his house was messing with him. He decided to confront it. When he started screaming at the top of his voice, asking the creature to show itself, he started hearing the crashing sound from his bedroom. He ran into his bedroom to fight this thing, but he saw nothing. Similar to the dining room, all the things were intact, but unlike the previous time, the crashing sound did not stop when he entered the room. The deafening sound continued. The loudness of the sound kept increasing as Bill knelt down on the floor, covering his ears. When the sound finally stopped, Bill got back onto his bed, decided to sleep. How do people do that in stories? He was lying in his bed trying to sleep, and he saw a 6-foot-tall figure come out of his bed. It stood near the foot of his bed, staring at him after a few minutes, and it crawled onto the bed until his face was right in front of his. Without breaking eye contact, the figure opened its mouth to reveal its huge tooth. It grunted loudly and disappeared. The next morning, Bill woke up with deep scratches on his chest and back. Things moved from bad to worse as the creature became more violent. Waking up with scratch marks became a routine for Bill. He was even hospitalized a couple of times. Also, random things were sporadically thrown upon him by something apparently invisible. Bill felt as if he was never alone in the house, and he constantly saw shadow figures and apparitions darting across him. Despite doing multiple exorcisms on himself and his house, things never got any better. When asked why he didn't sell the house and move on, Bill told him that he didn't want anyone else to go through it. Genesis. As Bill kept researching demons, he got to know more about exorcisms and possession. It was then that he got reminded of the strangest encounter that he had had at a customer's house. It was where the lady was chanting something nonsensical. On giving it a deeper thought, he understood that the lady was exorcising the 3 men kneeling near her, as her chants resembled the chants that he had heard in a few exorcism videos. He understood that the woman used him as a vessel to hold the demons that she drove out of those 3 men. Demons in the family roots. Damodar, an extremely intelligent and friendly 10-year-old boy. He was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Ketkar just after his 4th birthday in May of 1923. He gelled well with his new family and quickly became one of them. He was living the life any poor orphan would dream of until his 15-year-old biological elder brother named Krishna joined him in the summer of 1927. Krishna moves in with the family. When Dr. Ketkar found Krishna, he was completely malnourished. He lived in extremely bad conditions. Dr. Ketkar figured out that he was being exploited and overworked in a tea shop. He had arranged for Krishna to be put under the care of a clerk while attending school. This setup seemed to be successful for the first year, but things would take an awkward turn from then onwards. On the very first day of his 2nd year at school, while Krishna was walking on the corridor with a shovel in his hand, he suddenly blacked out. The very next moment, he found himself standing in a completely different spot without the shovel in his hand. Krishna wasn't able to comprehend what was going on around him, decided to seek the help of a clerk who was taking care of him. The clerk, however, didn't really take care of him, apparently. Or at least, he didn't take care of him seriously. He thought that the boy was joking, but as he kept telling him about the way he was getting teleported, he slowly started to believe him. Within a few weeks after this incident, the clerk reached out to Dr. Ketkar and asked him to take Krishna off his custody. He felt that paranormal events were happening around the boy. Thus, feeling bad for the traumatized kid, Dr. Ketkar decided to take him under his wing, took him to his house. Dr. Ketkar's house was being inhabited by him, his wife, his sister-in-law named Cohen, and Damodar before Krishna moved in. And after he moved into the house, Dr. Ketkar's wife and sister-in-law started taking care of him. The sisters initially thought that the creepiness that surrounded Krishna was because of his sleepwalking, but they would soon understand that their assumptions were wrong. The family witnesses the paranormal. One night in August of 1927, while Cohen was observing Krishna sleeping, she saw a 16-inch-long mirror get thrown off the wall above him. However, instead of crashing down, the mirror landed slowly as if something invisible was slowly placing it down. Cohen rushed to make sure that it was an accident, and that the thread was connected to the mirror to a nail and it must have fallen off. But when she gave it a closer look, she noticed that the thread was completely intact, and the nail was still firmly present on the wall. This indicated that the mirror was intentionally removed from the nail in the wall, but Cohen and Krishna were the only ones in the room where Cohen was watching it happen. Krishna was sound asleep throughout the incident. A couple of nights later, Cohen saw a heavy paperweight slowly descend through the thin air and gently land on a glass table without any commotion. Even this time, the kid was fast asleep when this happened. The same week, the family were woken up by a deafening banging sound. It seemed to be coming from the room in which Krishna was sleeping. When they rushed to his room to see what caused the sound, they saw Krishna unconscious on the floor. Had a heavy wooden table that he was sleeping on being turned 45 degrees towards him. He was surrounded by deranged furniture, books, and apparel. When Dr. Ketkar brought Krishna to his senses, he told Ketkar that something had thrown him off the bed, and the impact that he had while hitting the floor made him go unconscious. By the end of 1927, the story of the eerie events surrounding Krishna spread across his neighborhood, and the skeptical neighbors who thought that it was a hoax started asking him to stay with them during the nights. But these stays would not last for more than a couple of days, as the strangeness around him was too much for them. Things used to disappear around Krishna in broad daylight only to just reappear. It'd be in a completely different spot later. And also, coins used to sporadically fall out of thin air. Haunting of the younger brother. In early 1928, the activities that surrounded Krishna started happening around his younger brother Damodar. One day, while Miss Cohen was enjoying her breakfast sitting at the dining room table, Damodar's ball comes rolling from the dark hallway with extreme force. It hit her hard on her ankle, thus injuring her. And just a few days after this incident, his closet burst open and one of his toys flew past him and Miss Cohen with extreme force as well, as if someone was trying to hurt them. Although creepy, these events didn't cause any major harm, but things did escalate the very next day. The next day onwards, every time Damodar tried to eat or drink something invisible forcefully pulled them off him. No matter how hard he tried to grip these things, they still kept flying away from him. This went on for over 7 days. The poor boy was left completely dehydrated and drained out of energy. Also, he was chased by something that threw one of his own toys at him with a great force. It appeared as if this invisible entity was hell-bent on harming him. An uncanny origin. Trying to find a solution, Dr. Ketkar dug deep into the brothers' origins. His research told that losing their child to an unknown entity was not new to the brothers' family. Damodar's mother used to see phantoms and experience extreme paranormal activities around her. This led her deep into depression. She ended up killing herself by lighting herself on fire. A few months after her death, her elder son, Damodar, and Krishna's elder brother, they started seeing the phantoms his mother saw. No matter how hard they tried, his guardian never believed him. With the paranormal events getting worse every single day and him not getting any sort of help, the 9-year-old decided to kill himself instead of living with the trauma. Ever since then, Krishna inherited the demons from his family's roots, started having sporadic unexplainable events which became a constant after his first teleportation. Strangely, with his brother still alive, this obscure entity started to traumatize Damodar. From bad to worse. On the 12th of August, 1928, Mrs. Ketkar saw the entities that were haunting her adopted sons for the first time. She was woken up in the middle of the night by extensive whispers. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw 2 huge shadowy figures staring right at her with their emotionless faces. These figures disappeared into thin air after making a few nonsensical whispers. From the day onwards, Damodar started seeing these figures follow him from the moment they opened his eyes till he closed his eyes. He said that these figures had terrifying faces, and they whispered terrible things into his ear, but with time, Damodar started feeling hard pushes in his back while he stood near the stairs. He had to literally sit down to save himself. These pushes slowly evolved into getting thrown and levitated. These events were affecting the mental health of the kid, and he just started to get depressed just like his biological mom. Damodar, almost always frightened, grew extremely pale and started having issues with his physical health as well. Things got so bad that one day his pulse was almost gone. Doctor had to be called to revive him. The doctors, despite multiple checkups, weren't really able to find any underlying cause. Damodar appeared to be completely healthy, both mentally and physically. Multiple exorcisms were performed on the kid. It only made things worse. In April of 1929, the entity grew even more violent as thick bite marks filled with thick, bubbly saliva started appearing on Damodar's neck, legs, and hands. He was also brutally scratched by the entity, which left his body covered with horrific bloody scratch marks. Damodar's baby sister, who was also adopted by the family, just a few months back, was strangled by this entity with her own hair and almost died. The events just didn't stop there, as the little girl's thumb was being sporadically hit and cut by this entity. Damodar's dress was being torn, making audible tearing sounds while he was still wearing them. Rusty blades were being thrown across the room to hurt Damodar. Lastly, aftermath. A couple of more exorcisms were performed, but nothing seemed to help the boy nor find what had latched itself to him. There were multiple claims that were made by the exorcists, but they remained just claims. The story of this terrible haunting appeared in May 1930 issue of the American Society of Psychical Research. And what happened to Damodar and his siblings after that stays a mystery. Sweet dreams. Join Paranormal M, where the strange becomes reality. Subscribe and turn on notifications for our latest eerie adventures. Prepare for chills, thrills, and mystery. My mom's friend visited me in my dream. That was on the anniversary of her death. A year ago, I moved to Paris. If any of you ever knew somebody actually living there, you know that it's so hard to find a flat. I had a great job with a good salary, as for my age, middle 20s. I was looking for whatever flat, just a little studio, nothing fancy. I kept being rejected by landlords for plenty of reasons. Because I'm new there, because I'm on probation period at work, like every person in France. It's because I'm from Eastern Europe, and this is bad for some of the people. I was basically homeless, living on a couch of amazing people that I just met. The amount of flats that I've been rejected from was around 20 at that time. I had one more flat to see, but I had zero hopes for this one. It was much better than the usual flats I was visiting. I was in a terrible state. My mom was so worried, and it took 2 months to find a flat. It was a horrible time for me and my family. I was literally homeless, and I had no perspectives, despite really having agency paid by my company and a good salary. Anna has known me since my childhood years. She was my mom's best friend. She helped my mom get separated from my abusive dad. She was taking care of me often, and she was very, very supportive of me. She kept telling me that I'll achieve great things, that I'm amazing. She would wish for all the best for me. Overall, I'm just a really warm and caring person. I always liked her, and I felt like she genuinely cares about me. Then I grew up, moved out to another city in my home country. She got cancer. I didn't see her for a long time. It was horrible to see it from my mom, as Anna was always extremely healthy as a person. She ate well, did a lot of sports. But she did used to smoke when she was young, and it came for her. She passed out and didn't attend the funeral. I was far away and I had exams. Our ways parted years before. Back to Paris, I fell asleep and I had a dream. I was talking to Anna. She asked me how's my mom and how I'm doing. Afterwards, she told me that she's so proud of me achieving my dreams and goals, getting a career in Paris, having a good life, and being a hardworking person. She said that she's with me and she knows I'll live a great life. I woke up, called my mom, and I said, "Mom, you won't believe this. I had a dream about that." It was so nice and heartwarming. My mom was silent for a few seconds and said, "You know it's the anniversary of her death today." I didn't know. There was no possibility that I would know. I didn't even attend the funeral. I didn't know the date. It was a few years ago. I just didn't. I started crying because it felt so odd. The gecko also weeps for him, and so did my mom. A few days after I got this flat, it seemed impossible to get. It's much bigger, newer, and nicer than all the flats I've seen before. Yet I kept being rejected. I really believe it's her that somehow helped. And since then, I feel like I have a guardian angel with me. Now I'm on holiday in my hometown, and I decided to bring a candle to a grave. In my culture, it's a way to honor the dead this way. Strange encounters in Missouri at my father's house. Starting off, I grew up pretty hardcore atheist. I was a non-believer in the paranormal also. Even the thought of extraterrestrial life forms with technology capable of light-speed travel seemed pretty far-fetched and improbable. God seemed impossible, and if God did exist, well, according to a scripture, it felt like he was a being without good morals. Around 2017, I became more agnostic, who shattered his ideals of absolution, but still did need evidence or proof. I didn't claim to know what could or could not be out there anymore. All I know is that the possibility does remain. My father lives off of Highway 44. That's between St. James and Cuba, Missouri. For several years now, he's had strange events and sightings at his house and in his area. Going back to 2018 is when I first felt off. Me and my father and my brother were all out. We were at the pole barn late at night. It was roughly 10 p.m. We were doing work on my father's truck. We normally have some type of firearm nearby when outside. As I was smoking a cigarette outside the pole barn, I just felt really uneasy. Nothing had happened out of the ordinary, but I felt like I was being watched with someone having a scope on my forehead. The neighbors live about a quarter mile down the road on the side of the father's house. On the other side, it's just an open field. In front of the house is the road with the woods on the other side of the road. Behind the house, about 4 acres of land. It stretches all in a square. It's mostly open with scattered trees and forest. I felt like the threat was coming from the woods and from behind the house. I told my father and brother, but they felt fine, apparently. He told me if I felt off to shoot several slugs in that direction. So I shot 3 slugs off into the woods. I didn't hear anything move from being frightened, but the feeling persisted maybe another 10 minutes or so. I figured I was just psyching myself out. I didn't think much of the situation much more. This happened near late summer, early fall, I believe. Nearly a year later, in mid-July, I went back down there. This time, my father instructed me to listen for a sound. It was nearly inaudible. It sounded like a heartbeat coming from the floor of the house. It was only possible to hear it if everything was dead silent and your head was near the floor. Nothing shook, but the sound was so consistent that it persisted at all times of the day, sometimes for several months. I'd ask him if it was always happening. At least when I left, he would always tell me, yeah, till about October, I believe. It was odd, to say the least, but it never made me feel unsafe per se. In September, however, I went down there for a weekend. I had one of the scariest encounters of my life. I felt like a small child who wanted to cry for help. My father and brother and their dog and my cousin all went to town. So instead of sleeping in one of the couches, I slept in my father's room. It was roughly 8 to 10 a.m. and I went to sleep in this king-sized memory foam mattress. I don't really know how much time had passed when I fell asleep, but I was suddenly woke from my slumber when I felt the bed slightly moved. I figured the dog had jumped up, but I was so tired I didn't even open my eyes. Seconds later, the bed violently raised and swayed up and down for what seemed to be 10, maybe 30 seconds. Scared out of my mind, I was paralyzed still. I didn't hear anything other than the bed slamming and the box fan sweeping across the floor. As soon as it stopped, I opened my eyes and looked around the small room. There was the closet near the door that was closed, and the door that was cracked open, which is not necessarily unusual. Afraid to move for nearly 20 or 40 minutes, I just sat there. I was hoping, nothing was in the closet. I grabbed the shotgun near the bed and I opened up the closet, and it was empty. I then checked the rest of the house. Some were just open windows with the screen still in, and both doors leading outside were bolted locked. I proceeded to look up if an earthquake happened, and for the next few days I really didn't see anything as such being reported. I just sort of coughed it up to me having a seizure, which I had when I was younger, but even that idea didn't really make sense. The box fan had been moved nearly 5 feet. It was on the floor, face down. My family returned after this incident about 2 hours later. I kept silent because I forced myself to believe it was just a seizure. Nearly 2 years later, 2021 is when the unexplained phenomenon started to happen. It was on an almost weekly basis. My brother moved out, so the only 2 people who noticed it were me when I was down there and my father. We started off the conversation when I arrived there one Friday night with, "I'm not on drugs, but I need your eye to tell me if I'm going insane." Since I was open-minded at this time, I agreed to listen. I was going to look at what he wanted to show me. It was nearly 11 p.m. and he instructed me towards his room. He shut off his lights. What I saw was a silhouetted human figure. It would almost leave traces of itself, as if it would walk between 2 different trees in the backyard, from point A to point B. However, at point B, the figure would basically teleport back to point A and repeat the cycle. It also happened in my brother's room, except the figure would seemingly disappear and reappear behind multiple different trees. But it would still be in a pattern. I honestly thought my father's eyes and, my eyes were both just playing tricks on us. I was just maybe feeding off of his delusions. Until I saw a light flashing in the woods. It looked yellowish-orange, but it flickered 3 times right at the house in 3-second intervals. Then it would slowly fade down. He didn't see it at the time, nor did he tell me about it. But when I told him what I had just seen, it was as if I had just confirmed his fears. He said that he had also seen lights in the same area of the woods. We both covered our windows that night with blackout sheets, slept with the firearm next to our bed. I would also hear almost like stomping sounds in the attic late at night. Almost any time I was down there for 2 to 3 day periods at least once. Too scared to check, we would just ignore it. But I've also seen rusted metal illuminate green, which is, well, highly odd. As for the first time I seen the shadows, before I convinced myself they were real, I coughed up multiple ideas as to what was causing them. Maybe it was the moon, the clouds. Nope. It was a new moon and there was not even a single cloud. Maybe it was something like a bird or a bat or a bug flying around the pole lights. The pole lights don't reach the edge of the woods and the silhouette was so dark it was as if some mass had to be right there. Well, these are all my first-hand accounts. I have several others, but it could just be more of a coincidence than actual strange occurrences. I'm currently a 26-year-old male with perfect eyesight, slightly overweight at 5'7" at 210. I don't scare easily, nor do I really believe in the supernatural. My father's first-hand accounts. I don't know all of his timeline, by the way, but things he claimed that he had seen and heard. Translucent humanoids. A chappy robot-like figure in a meat suit. Strange lights that could not be from a vehicle. Black shadowy figures and one white misty-looking figure. A giant black cougar. Something saying help in the woods and also hello. Taps on his windows at all hours of the night, screeching sounds that he's never heard before. All of this along with 2 different creatures howling like the ones on the Hulu show. The 411. Or, excuse me, the Hulu show The 411 Missing the Hunted. A strange name. Sometimes his vehicle will be dead when he goes to start it in the morning along with some of his family members. Somewhat. Sometimes his vehicle and his family members will be dead when he goes to start his car. A wee bit confused. Moving on. This past spring, 2022, my father was out during the day near the tree line foraging for mushrooms and deer antlers. That's when his dog, which was fully grown, full-blooded pit bull, he weighed maybe 50 or 60 pounds. He was kicked nearly 10 to 15 feet into a tree. We heard the dog yelp and was limping all the way back to the house. He swears he didn't hurt the dog, and, well, kind of believe him, considering the dog didn't show anything but love for him after he was hurt. He wouldn't stray into the woods any longer either. Neither would I if I was thrown 10 feet. My family thought it was my father that hurt the dog. However, if my dad would have hurt the dog, I believe he would have just shot it. He would have only shot it if the dog were severely sick or trying to kill him. The dog's tamed and only shows aggression towards strangers. It's literally his only friend since me and my brother no longer really live with him. When they go to town with him, they leave him in the truck because he's literally the best guard dog I've ever seen. Don't worry, they leave him in there with several minutes and the windows are fully cracked. This past winter, January and February, my father heard knocking on his window around 5 or 6. He was pissed that somebody was trying to break in and went outside with the shotgun and the dog. When inspecting the side of the house, he claims he was pushed or thrown 5 or 6 feet backwards, spraining his hands. He grabbed the dog, just got in the car, leaving his gun, and left towards another relative's house. His hand was severely swollen. He was having trouble lifting just even a cup of water. Returning to his house the next day, he saw his imprint on the snow. He was thrown forwards and no tracks other than his were visible. The gun was right where he fell. While he was hunting in the winter, He was in his tree stand. As he's sitting there in the blistering cold with snow all around him, he heard snow crunching, as if something was stepping there. When he looked down, he saw no tracks and no sign of any creatures. He was paralyzed with fear like I was, because he swears that he saw something almost identical to the predator. Some nights he claims his woods will illuminate even though it's in a new moon. Other nights his motion sensor floodlights will turn off and, even though there's nothing out there. At some point the floodlights just stay on and don't go off for hours. At 7 a.m. this morning he witnessed something that looked like Bigfoot. He was going along the trail at the back of his house. His 8 km where he heard something jiggle, sort of like a collar, but a dog was inside. Then he claims that he heard some type of odd music almost. He thought he was hallucinating. Then he noticed a creature roughly that was 8 feet tall, 450 pounds. It looked like it was all muscle with black hair. It just started walking towards him. It was only about 15-20 feet away. He's walking backwards, and once he noticed it, he just kept following. He let off 25 roads, 7.62 times 39 at this thing. Excuse me. He claims he was shooting for its chest, and not a single bullet made contact. Each time seemed to sort of phase right through it like it was a hologram. Finally, making his way back out of the woods and to pull the barn creature finally stopped at the tree line. Went back inside the house, grabbed my grandmother. Had her look at this thing, and she claimed she saw it as a tall, black, shadowy figure, just sort of standing in the tree line. She's around 84 years old and doesn't have the best eyesight, but she claims that she did see something. My father was so scared. Well, at least when he first saw it. He doesn't even remember what its face looked like. He just had iron sights pointed at the chest of the creature the whole time. He's had other strange occurrences near him, but I can't really recall them in great enough detail. Neighbors' strange occurrences in a 10-mile radius. The man who opened the open field, or owns the open field next to my father's house, he had 3 cattle mutilated in a 2-day span. Their throats just cut with a precision like tool. The cattle are friendly if you're on the outside of the fence, and I've fed them apples and veggies before. However, crossing the fence, the cattle will chase you out, knocking the owner. He just gave my father permission to check on the property from time to time, but the cows continuously just chase him out. I'm not sure if someone or something could stop them from getting chased out and perform precision-like cuts killing animals, but don't really know if any organs were missing, but from what I heard, it looked like they were just needlessly killed. When they asked my father if he noticed anything strange, he denies all claims. He doesn't want to sound like a nut job or have people thinking he's a drug addict and hallucinating. Down the street about 10 miles is another couple who owns chickens. They're pretty down to earth, and I've hung out with them several times. They're older, in their late 50s, and in August, something killed their chickens in a locked coop, taking only the heads, putting the chicken corpses in a circle inside the coop, all without breaking or moving it from what we've seen. Another individual claims to have heard the odd howling and screeching too. Something with the weight of a human or like land on his trailer. He said he looked out his window looking for anything strange, and when he got near, he saw like something with a 15, maybe 20-foot wingspan taking off. I honestly don't know what to think about all this. Other than my own accounts, typically I don't really believe such strange occurrences. But all these things just can't be coincidence. I'm completely lost on what the facts might even be anymore. I'm really kind of scared going down there anymore, even with the firearm. I would love to hear some ideas about how to capture some photo evidence that, doesn't require internet. He had deer cameras out there, but they no longer power on, even if you replace the power source. So, the most important thing is, has anybody had a similar experience? Well, or thoughts or help would also be greatly appreciated. I feel like typing all of this down makes me sound insane. And honestly, I understand why my father doesn't tell his neighbors now. I literally just talk about strange lights and shadow people, the predator, my bed being violently shook by an unknown force, Bigfoot and more. I swear I feel like I'm in a terrible movie script. Fun fact, a lot of people are. My roommate called my name at night, but it sounded wrong. It was about 1 a.m. or so, and I woke up to get a drink. I go to the toilet and all the normal stuff. When I was in the kitchen, I heard my roommate call my name. Not loudly, but enough that I could hear it. Strange thing was that it was from the opposite side of the house. See, the rooms in this house are down alley, and the kitchen was on the other side of the house near the front door. I heard her calling my name from the front door area, and that's where she was, sleeping down in the hallway. The other thing is, like, it sounded so wrong. The pitch of her voice was a bit higher at the end of my name, and it just sounded just wrongly timed. Like she said, just start faster. Like if somebody was saying a word they just heard for the first time, but, she might have just been woken up, so that could have been normal, I guess. Anyway, I walk over to the hallway, and I call out, "Yeah," but I get no response. I say it again for good measure, but again, no response, and I shake it off as sleep talking. Well, even though I've never heard them sleep talk before. All of this ignoring the fact that the sound came from the wrong side of the house, which is what freaked me out the most. Anyway, I end up opening the front door and standing outside where I heard the voice the first time. Dumb decision in retrospect. But 1 a.m. me isn't known for thinking things through exactly. Cheers. So as I'm standing outside, I hear a woman scream from further down the street. Now, I live in the outskirts of a city, and it's Sunday, so it's pretty common to hear people partying and stuff, but this sounded wrong too. It sounded far away, but it had no echo. It almost sounded like the voice had no volume, like it was played out of a speaker or something. Not like quiet, but like it had no depth or something. Sure enough, I was scared after that combination of events, but I just went back to my room and I tried to sleep again. In the morning, I asked my roommate if they said or heard anything, but they all said they had no idea of anything at all. But them being super into paranormal things, we just tried to tell me about skinwalkers, which I looked into a bit since then. But it all seems a bit, well, not to be insulting, but far-fetched, almost. Like it's a lot to try to believe when, before this, I've never had any unexplainable experiences. Anyway, my roommate convinced me to post this here because, well, she says that they would know a lot about what it could have been. So let's find out. What do you guys think? Creepy true story. I was peacefully asleep, dreaming of fluffy kittens and flying with ravens. That's when I felt something flick my nose. This was strange because I always sleep with the blanket pulled over my head. The blanket wasn't moved, which was odd, but I brushed it off as a weird dream. As I was about to close my eyes, the blood in my ears roared so loud I could barely hear anything else, and my heartbeat was unnaturally fast. It was just as loud as the roaring. I could feel every blood vessel in my body, and the feeling was like they were firm balloons. My head swam as I sensed something standing in front of me. Adrenaline and fear flew through my system like a riderless skateboard flying down a steep ramp. But I didn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I just couldn't. Even thinking was like swimming through thick syrup. It was as if I had been hit by a train of something I can only describe as pure energy. As it slowed, and it dawned on me that I may not live to see another day. I heard my mother's voice calling me. Something told me that it wasn't her. It didn't have any warmth to it, and it was weird for her to call me before she knew I was awake. So I stayed still and silent. The blood still, pretty much roaring. My heart's going fast as I thought it might explode. I heard the being shift and step on a crinkly candy wrapper. Then I sensed it slowly reach out a limb as if it were going to grab my foot. It must have decided against it, because I'm still here writing this. But it kept its arm outstretched and its stature frozen completely, as if it were mimicking my unmoving state. But now the roaring had stopped, but I still sensed the being there, so I didn't move. I slowly reached for the pocket knife I'd clipped to my pants. Thank God I'd forgot to unclip it and put it away, because although it is small, it's very, very sharp. I flipped it open and slowly reached for the end of my blanket. I ripped it off and slashed the air with furiosity. There's nothing there. That was a letdown. Betty Boop Wind-Up Snow Globe, playing by itself at night. So a couple of months ago, I don't really know what time it was at night, but I'm sure it was late. This Betty Boop snow globe that plays music when wound up from the bottom that my mom's had for years now began playing. I remember hearing it in my sleep, and I wrote it off as part of my dream, but it got louder and louder. I then sat up, and through the fog of my sleep, I got up and walked toward the sound. I had completely forgotten about the damn thing, and I was confused as to why I was hearing it. So I picked it up and tried to grab onto the lever and wind it up and stop it. For some reason, the lever just kept pushing past the force of my hand. I remember being a kid and being able to easily stop it with my fingers. So I just tried pushing the lever forward to get to the end of the song faster, but the song kept playing at a steady pace. I remember trying to unwind it for several minutes, but nothing. I realized how loud this thing was, so I grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around the globe to muffle the noise. I go back to bed and I sit back in my arms. Or rather, with the globe in their arms. I shut my eyes listening to what seemed like this never-ending melody. I don't know how much time passed, but it finally stopped, and I went to put it back, and then I laid it back down. I refused to lose sleep over this, closed my eyes, and I waited for sleep to take me again. A little bit of time had passed by, and I still hadn't fallen asleep. Then I began to hear this thumping sound like drums. They had a short delay between thumps. With each thud they got louder and louder, but not loud like in volume, loud in what felt like anxiety. With each thump I started feeling a little bit more panicked. And then something told me to open my eyes. This pulling feeling to open my eyes, and I opened them. The drums got a little bit quieter, but they were still there. My eyes darted around the room, and as they scanned over every tiny thing, even over the globe, I saw it. Something standing in my doorway, peering at me. I want to describe it, but it's hard to remember it. It was this completely dark figure with a set of eyes that glowed. I remember staring at it for a while before shutting my eyes and starting to pray. Then suddenly I fell asleep. I woke up to the daylight breaking through my windows. I didn't mention anything to my family, but now I felt like sharing my experience here, so maybe an answer. My 3 strangest experiences. Story 1. The first one I have to share is the most recent one. I have to give a trigger warning for this one since I'm going to talk about panic attacks. So I know just hearing about the symptoms can cause them to you. Well, to cause them to kick in at least. Anyway, this happened 2 summers ago. I was celebrating Midsummer's Eve with my boyfriend, his family, and their neighbors. We were having a lovely time, but I was still not really myself because of something that had happened a few days earlier. I essentially had PTSD. For me to celebrate this holiday with them wasn't actually planned, but because of this thing that happened, I ended up traveling to his house that night before. That was because I knew I'd feel safe there. The other people there knew what had happened, but didn't really understand just how much of it had affected me mentally. I don't think I understood it myself, to be honest. But long story short, they talked and asked a lot more about it, and then I was comfortable with. And of course, I could feel a panic attack brewing. I excused myself, and I hurried into the house, since the party was going on in the garden. I made it inside and collapsed into the floor. I was hyperventilating, shaking, the good stuff. Because of my username, let's pretend my name is Nim. From behind me, I heard somebody say, "It's all right, Nim, it's going to be okay. You're okay, Nim." You know, calming and encouraging stuff. But I hate when people see me like that. So I scrambled up from the floor and hurried further into the house to be alone. I finally calmed down and went and sat down on the sofa. My boyfriend soon joined me since he was starting to suspect something was up. He told me the guests had now left. I said that I still wish they hadn't seen me like that. He said that he didn't think that they'd notice. He hadn't even really noticed at first. He just thought I went to fetch something. I then told him that something had been standing behind me, trying to comfort me. He then just looked at me with concern for a few seconds before saying, "Nim, we were all still outside. No one followed you into the house, so you were alone in there." I could just feel the blood drain from my face. Sounds cheesy, but this time I actually felt it. It was only then that I realized I couldn't place the voice that I'd heard. I just felt it sounded familiar. I didn't actually know really whose voice it was. Often when I'm having panic attacks, I almost feel myself splitting in two. One part who's having a panic attack and one part who isn't. The second part, by the way, I like that statement. The second part is always making sure I stay safe. Tries to remind me to stay steady in my breath, catch myself if I lose my footing. But it's still always the same conscience. I always experience both at the same time. This is the first time in one of those parts where I'm actually talking to the other and I was freaking out too much to realize it was my own voice I was hearing. So yeah, that was a story I feel has a reasonable explanation, but it still creeps me out a bit. At the same time, it's quite comforting to know that I am, well, looking out for myself. Story 2. This happened maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So when I was around 22. I was out walking my family's old dog. I suddenly see something flashing above us. We were in quite a central part of a decently large city, so I just imagined that somebody's in the apartment above us and they must have lit a very bright lamp. I instinctively just looked up. The sky was bright blue, and a bright light like lightning was running across it. Maybe not too strange, you might think. If it hadn't been for the fact that this was at the end of March and late in the evening, and the sky had been pitch black moments before, but now the sky is bright and everything is lit up like daytime. I just stare at it in awe for a moment and blink and then the sky's black again. Everything's back to normal. It's as if the universe had just glitched for a moment, as if God had accidentally hit the wrong switch and was like, "Oh shit," before turning it off again. I just look up in confusion for a bit, and did I imagine it? It happened so quickly that I really haven't processed it before it was over. So maybe I did imagine it. I looked down at my dog, trying to see if he seemed confused as well. Maybe a little. That might just be because he sensed I was. He was a very empathetic dog, after all. I finally decided that I was probably very tired. I needed some sleep. We went home, but of course I didn't go to bed. Wasn't even that tired. I was by now 95% sure I'd been imagining it. but those remaining 5% really had me by the tits. Wouldn't let me go. Finally relented and I started Googling. Turns out a bunch of people in my city and some of the cities close by, they'd had the same experience that night. Blue sky, bright light, some people had even heard explosions. My brain was just heading kind of terribly close to alien invasion mode. That was before I finally reached an article where a scientist had spoken out. What we'd all seen was a bolide. A bolide is apparently an exceptionally bright meteor. This particular bolide had been strong enough to light up the sky almost as bright as the fucking sun. The flashes I saw before I looked up was probably when it actually passed over me. Guess I looked up at it, or at the end of it. The light thing I saw was probably its tail, and as soon as it passed, everything went back to normal. So even this crazy glitch in the Matrix story had a perfectly logical explanation, which definitely gives a different perspective on other quote-unquote unbelievable stories that I hear. The answer might be so much simpler than we think. Story 3. Unless... If you've been keeping track and are still reading, you'll know which of the 3 categories this story falls under. Yeah. This is the earliest of the bunch. It happened when I was 12 or so. I was visiting our holiday home with the family. I can't remember where we had been or what we had been doing, but I'm guessing we had been swimming in the ocean. In either case, we were now heading back home. The first story, I was experiencing PTSD and panic attack. The second, me and my dog were alone at night in the dark. Both creepy circumstances, yes? Well, this time it was daytime around lunch or afternoon, bright, warm, and sunny. The least horror story-esque most people can really imagine. But there was one moment my child brain was not expecting to see. It was something creepy, right then and there. We were practically home, just walking past the last yard before ours. I happened to look into their yard and froze, causing my parents to carry on without me. Somebody stood in their yard. They looked at least somewhat ordinary in almost every way. The height of an average male, if I remember correctly. He walked upright, had 2 arms, 2 legs, you know. He was dressed either in actual rags or in very tattered clothing. Can't quite remember. His hair, though, was quite unusual. I remember it kind of like tentacles, kind of like the alien from the Predator movies. It might just simply have been dreadlocks. Standing some 30 meters or 100 feet away. It's hard to tell, and while my 12-year-old self wasn't exactly used to people with dreadlocks. Either way, nothing about this appearance was necessarily that unusual, so far. The hair was actually just dreadlocks anyway. But his face... When he realized that I looked at him, he froze too, and looked back up at me. His skin was gray, not grayish, or sickly pale, or I'm going to throw up gray, but concrete ash clay. You get it, gray. Not only that, but sort of wrinkly. Not like a very old person, but with a few big, deep wrinkles, like a wrinkly dog. Like a sharp eye or something. To the point that they completely warped his facial features and almost hid his eyes. I just stared at him in shock for a few moments, and he stared back at me, honestly, kind of with the same expression. But wait, there's more. Later the same day in the early evening, when the sun had just started to set, I believe, I stepped out of the house. Can't remember why, I was just, about to head down the stairs into our yard. That's when I felt myself freeze again. There he was, in her neighbor's yard again, fucking waiting for me. It was roughly the same distance from me as the previous time, and this time he didn't look shocked, but stern and somewhat puzzled. This time it was I who copied his expression. We just looked at each other for a while. Finally, he seemed to have had enough. He turned around, hurried back behind the house again, disappearing behind the same corner as before. I woke up from my trance-like state once again. I Can't remember what it did after this, but what I thought or how I behaved or what happened. I've asked my mother about this, and apparently I told my parents about what happened, and I seemed quite shook. That was around 16 years ago. I've been back there many times, and I never saw him again. Never heard anybody mention any similar experiences in the area either. Or anywhere, really, to be honest. I don't know what to think of this or what to feel. Could have been imagination, because boy do I have that. But even at a really young age, at 12 isn't even that young, I could always tell reality and imagination apart. I simply liked making up stories. Also, it was quite sunny and warm, so sunstroke has always been a plausible theory for me. I experienced a horrible case of sunstroke. It was like a 40-degree fever. Can't sit up without fainting, literally almost died kind of sunstroke. But I never really experienced any visual hallucinations, only mild physical ones. When I closed my eyes and touched my hands, they felt significantly smaller. So for me to have a sunstroke was so extreme that I saw things without experiencing any other symptoms. Seems kind of unlikely to me. Another theory is that it simply was a dude in a mask and face paint. But I wasn't alone the first time. My parents had walked right in front of me. There were other people walking back and forth on the road, or to or from the water. Whatever he was, he clearly stood out and he stood close to the road with an open lawn. Someone else should have seen him, yet no one did. So that theory doesn't really sit well with me either. Even if that would be the case, and this might sound strange, but I'm not afraid of him. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. I saw no trace of malice in him, at least, and the way he looked at me, he looked like, well, the way I looked at him the first time. He seemed just surprised that I could see him. The second time, he seemed to want to decide if I was a threat or not. I suppose I felt the same. We both seemed to settle on not, but seemed to come to a mutual understanding to stay out of each other's way. I'm completely open to having a logical explanation, or just open to it not being that. But to be honest, it doesn't really matter. When the world feels boring and mapped out, I just remember this experience. I'm reminded that there are still mysteries out there. Judging by the way he looked at me, it might even be someone else's mystery. A bizarre childhood memory. I'm a 19-year-old female. There's an episode of my childhood that always makes me wonder about my existence. It's quite strange. I was like 7 or 8 living in a small village with my family. The village is so small that everybody knows everybody. Being a small village, there's only a small river that was near a source of water to wash clothes or dishes. Like each person goes to this water body daily. My mom also went there to wash clothes, and I also got there along with my mother usually. It was a day like any other. I was there with my mom, and there were kids there. I was talking to a girl and a boy quite the same age as me. I was telling them that I could easily jump into the water even though it was pretty deep. I know I can't swim, but they don't. I did just that. I jumped into the water and I drowned. I was so confused and couldn't process anything. But I was thinking why nobody there would help me. It was so weird being water for the first time that I couldn't even scream. After some time, don't know exactly, but I'm sure I wasn't there for an hour, because if that was the case, I would be dead, and I'm not, so. I was walking down the street, don't really know how I got out of the water or who saved me. But I now know why I was walking, at least. There was a boy from my village who touched my shoulder, told me that my mom was calling me. Before that point, I don't even remember how I got out of the water and why I was walking. I don't even remember the walk. I don't remember anything like that memory, it's just not there. I only remember that boy telling me about Mom, and I was walking fully physically conscious. My clothes weren't even wet, and I don't remember a thing after I drowned. To this day, I don't know what happened, because if somebody had saved me, then everybody would have known, but nobody did. I sometimes think it might be a dream. I know it wasn't. It Never really felt like that. It's because I remember jumping over water or in water. Sometimes you told yourself it's just your mind playing tricks, but I know it was real, but I just remember and I always question myself about it whenever I'm thinking about it. Haunted or just dramatic? I'm sitting in my car as I write this. My fiancé, a 31-year-old male, and I, a 25-year-old female, moved into a new apartment 4 months ago. Everything seemed great at first. Twice the size of our old apartment and a very nice community. About a month after moving in, though, I had my first experience. I'll go ahead and say now that none of this ever happens in my fiancé's home. The first experience I had was early in the morning. My fiancé was gone to work, and I was just waking up to do the same. I heard the door to his office open. I checked his location, figuring that he just overslept. I wanted to freak out prematurely. His location shows that he's at work. Then I heard what sounded like somebody shuffling across our carpet, and then the guest bedroom door opened. At this point, I armed myself with a pocket knife, and locked myself in a closet. The closet has a connecting wall to the bathroom. I called my fiancé to come home, and while I was on the phone, I swear to God I heard a muffled feminine voice. Like somebody pressing their face against the wall muttering, "Hey, hey." It was a strange tone. It's actually almost comforting, but I'm panicking. More shuffling, then I hear my fiancé come in. We checked the whole apartment, and the only thing out of place when the office door was open. A childhood picture of him had been overturned in the living room. I chalked it up to paranoia. Following night, I had a nightmare. I was laying in bed, and that same voice was urgently whispering, "He's coming," over and over. It was while somebody was banging down my door. This happened 3 consecutive nights in a row. All was pretty much quiet for about a month after that. The next event happened again while I was alone. I was cooking in the kitchen, kept getting this eerie feeling that somebody was right behind me. I put a bowl of crushed up Oreos on the counter and turned away, only to turn back around and see them on the floor. Looking up, I swear I saw a shadow turn the corner to the living room. By this point, I was solidly convinced my apartment was haunted, but my fiancé insisted that it wasn't. Things kept happening, but they were minuscule. Like things not being where I left them, soft knocks at night, or eerie feelings of being watched. The one thing that stayed consistent is that almost every time something got misplaced, that same picture of my fiancé would be overturned. That is, until tonight. I was home alone again, and my cat and I were sitting on the couch while the baby kitty was playing with the toy in the cat corner. Then out of nowhere, 3 big deliberate knock-knock-knocks come from the door downstairs. It was more like a banging. At first, I thought somebody fell or something. I was checking the house and everything was in place. I've grown fairly used to creepy things happening, so I tried to ignore it. Even though, for whatever reason, it felt more sinister tonight. Well, about an hour later, my light flickered. All the power did. So, okay, power surge. But then it happened again and again, and suddenly the lights were flickering like strobe lights. There was another series of knock-knock-knocks, and I'm now sitting in my car waiting for my fiancé to get home. Am I scaring myself, or does anybody know what kind of paranormal activity this could be, if any? Haunted warehouse. When I was younger, I think ages 18 to 24 years old, I worked at my family's trucking company. It was a small operation with around 17 trucks. I did dot compliance and log auditing. One Friday, as I was preparing to go home, I was informed that they had decided to open a warehouse as well. I would apparently be responsible for setting it up and the daily operations. They handed me a set of keys for the building and an address to report to on Monday. Guessing being the youngest member of the family working there meant that I was the first one to get moved around to other jobs. So Monday comes and I show up to the building at 8 a.m. It was an old metal manufacturing building that was built in the 60s. The company that originally built and occupied the building is closed years ago, and the new owner had divided the building into 50-foot wide by 200-foot long sections. Each had a front door, a rear door with steps, a dock door, and a plate, and 2 small bathrooms built into the front left corner of the unit. After we'd been open for about a couple weeks, they built a small office right sort of in the center of the unit. This way I could have space to set up a computer for inventory control and invoicing. As this was a small warehouse operation, I was the only employee. When we needed something shipped out to our customers, they would send our local delivery driver with the tractor-trailer to deliver the product thing. At first, everything was normal. I would show up and I would wait for orders, and they'd come in and pull the pallets and let dispatch know that I needed a driver to pick the tractor-trailer and make a delivery. It was pretty boring as I was the only one there. One day after we'd been open for about 6 months, I was rotating pallets on the aisle, and as I backed out of the aisle with the forklift, I saw an old man out of the corner of my eye. As I was supposed to be the only person in the warehouse, I was certain all the doors were locked. I turned to cuss out whoever was standing there, but when I turned, there was no one there. I chalked it up to my imagination and went on with my business. It was probably 2 weeks before I saw the old man again. I was getting pallets pulled for an order, and as I was backing out of the aisle, I saw him again out of the corner of my eye. He would just be standing there in blue jean overalls and a red button-down flannel shirt. When I would turn to look at him, he'd be gone. This happened off and on for about a year, and I was told that I'd moved back to the main office and they were hiring somebody else to run the warehouse. I worked at the main office for about a year. They decided they wanted to expand the warehouse by getting the section next to ours. So now we had 2 identical sections, and the owners were going to cut the frame, sort of an A-hole in the wall by the dock door, so we could use a forklift on both sides. So come Monday morning, I start working at the warehouse. That's with Jonathan, the guy that was hired to take my place. This was a sort of on-demand shipping warehouse for manufacturing companies, and we had a lot of downtime. I'd been there about a month, and we were sitting in the office goofing off, talking about this and that. I mentioned how the warehouse was kind of creepy. Jonathan replies with, "Yeah, especially that old guy you'll see standing at the end of the aisles as you're working." I had never even met him before working together, never mentioned seeing the old man to anyone. We started trading stories about seeing this old man, and 30 minutes later went back to work. After we discussed the old man is when things started heating up. We'd be working in the warehouse and hear the bathroom doors on the opposite side of the office wall open and slam closed. You would hear footsteps, and when you went to investigate them, there'd be no one there. To try to stop the bathroom doors opening and closing, I put padlocks on them. This stopped them for a while. One day, as we were sitting in the office, I heard the bathroom door open and slam closed so hard they shook the wall, which was made of 6 layers of fireproof sheetrock. We ran to the other side of the warehouse, and both doors were closed, but the locks were laying on the floor and they were still locked. Fast forward 6 months, and I get a call at midnight that one of our customers had an audit in the morning. Needs to have a count of all of their product in our warehouse by 8 a.m. So I get dressed and I drive to the warehouse. Get there around 1 a.m. and I have to walk 200 feet in pitch black to the back of the warehouse to turn the lights on. I start doing the inventory when I heard 3 loud knocks on the back door. I just froze and I listened. Then 3 more loud knocks on the door. Then the roll-up dock door, which is a good 4 or 5 feet off the ground, started shaking violently. It was like somebody was trying to rip it off. I threw the clipboard on the ground and ran out the front door, jumped in my car. It was about 3 miles down the road when I pulled into the church parking lot. I talked myself into going back to lock the doors, and I drove around back to see if maybe it was a truck driver that had showed up there early. I drove back around the front and I locked the door and I went home. The final experience was one night as I was going to bed. My wife always went to sleep before me, I'm sort of a night owl. I had laid down in the bed and I just started falling asleep when my wife goes, "Why are you standing at the foot of the bed?" And when I say my heart stopped beating, I'm not exaggerating. I sit up in the bed and at the foot was a shadow figure, just standing there. And as I type this, I'm getting cold chills just remembering it. I jumped out of the bed and he just disappeared. As this was during the age of the internet, I started looking up information, and the main thing I kept seeing was that it wasn't trying to cause you harm. Then just try speaking to it. So the next day when I went to work, I stood in the middle of the warehouse and I just said out loud, "I'm not sure who you are or what you want, but I acknowledge that you're here. I mean you no harm. I just work here and I'm here to do a job. You're welcome to stay here if you're friendly. I'll leave you alone, and if you leave me alone." I did the similar when I got home, except I stated that this was my home and that they were not welcome at all. I wanted them to leave, basically. Since that day, I never experienced anything else at the warehouse or my home. I no longer work for my family or at my warehouse, but I will still drive by there sometimes and thinking about the old man in the overalls. Hopefully you made it through my long story about my experience. I used to work at a haunted hall. Many of you may have heard of Samlesbury Hall and the White Lady. In my whole time working there, I can't say I saw the White Lady, but I did have one encounter that I don't think I'll forget. I used to be a cleaner for the small huts that people could stay in overnight, so I never really went directly into the hall, only walked past it when leaving and entering the grounds. But still, scary things did happen. I would hear footsteps on the gravel coming toward the hut I was in, but no one would be there. I had the occasional knock on the door and windows and even heard faint voices mumbling. But that, too, became normal after a while. The story part is when the little girl showed up. I was just cleaning one day and it was just sort of chucking it down, so I kept all my stuff inside and only went out and moved between huts. I heard a very muffled knock at the door, but didn't see anything outside the door window, so I wrote it off as just another scary noise. There was a mirror directly across from the door, and when I turned around to face it, that's when I spotted her. She had fairly pale skin, brunette hair tied into a ponytail with a ribbon, and an oddly fancy but old-looking dress. It was a pretty common thing for us to host weddings there, but as far as I was aware, there wasn't one that day or the next. When I turned to face the door again, she was gone. Confused, I carried on my cleaning, and about 10 minutes later I heard a knock again. This time, she was really at the door. I was used to people asking me questions and such, but I didn't know what a child would really want. I opened the door, and she asked if I could help her open the door. Well, the door to the hut across from me. She said her mom was at the cafe and she would forget to grab the key off her. I wasn't as hesitant as I should have been because it was only a little girl. I walked over with her and I let her in. I was confused as to why there wasn't any luggage in the room and beds were messy and it was freezing cold with the window left open. But no bags. I assumed that she had just got here and her bags were in a car or something. Regardless, she thanked me and I went back across. I finished my clean and then pulled up the list that I had on my phone of what cleans I had that day. Her hut was on the list. I'd never been so confused in my life. I decided to go back to the hut that I had left the girl in to ask if she had the right one. The window had been closed, and when I went to pull the handle down, the door was locked. I peeked through the window and saw the girl wasn't in there. Went back into the room and it was no longer cold. The heating was on and everything looked as though a family had just left, like it was a regular clean. I never saw that girl again, but I'm 100% sure that she wasn't human. I don't know what I saw and spoke to that day, but it was not a little girl. The house I currently live in is haunted. and I don't know by what. A bit of information about me. I'm a 17-year-old boy, and I've been known to be a bit sensitive to the supernatural. I've told this story to multiple people, and so far they've all been shook by it. But I want some answers, so I figured this is the place to be, and if it helps anything, I was in the Netherlands. It's been a few years since all this went down, but I can still vividly remember all of it. So, when I was 14, it was the first thing that happened as I was lying in bed and I blinked. But this blink felt like 15 minutes had passed, even though no time did pass. But I saw during this blink that in the hallway a kind of black smoke with bright yellow eyes, which I could basically feel piercing through me. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like it knew something, like he knew me. I have absolutely no idea how to describe it, but it wasn't something that you want to feel. So after that, I was a bit uncomfortable, but I tried to ignore it. So after that, some time had passed without anything happening. Until one night I was up late and wanted to go watch some Netflix on my TV. Went to check on my brother, who sleeps in the room next to mine, and he was sleeping, so I didn't annoy him with it. No, that it was like 2 or 3 at night, and as soon as I walked in, I heard him and he was snoring. He was snoring so loud that he was laying like so comfortable. So I let him be. Next morning I said to him that he was snoring really loud and asked how he slept. He turns white as soon as I said that. He's extremely scared of ghosts, by the way. He said he felt odd in his room, so he slept the whole night in our mom's bed with her mom. Her room's downstairs on the other side of the house. So this was the time that it got the better of me. My first experience. I'm very much a logically minded individual. I've always tried to apply the most reasonable explanation to any given situation. Over the years, I've experienced a number of scenarios where I've struggled to apply this reasoning, primarily within 2 specific locations: my parents' house, which I grew up in, and a pub I used to work at. This particular story is probably the reason for my beliefs, as it happened back when I was 3 or 4 years old. It stuck with me throughout my entire life as one of my most vivid memories. It was a routine weekday morning, my brother and I eating breakfast at the kitchen table while my parents got ready for work. Suddenly there's this faint yet high-pitched, almost tuneful whistling coming from somewhere. My mother stopped and began to attempt to track down where this noise was coming from, but it was an ongoing sound, so it didn't take very long to locate the source. Within one of the kitchen cupboards, we used to have a tin full of candles for birthday celebrations, and amongst these candles was a single singing candle. You know, the ones where you light them and they whistle the tune to Happy Birthday. Whoa, I've never heard of that. It continued to sing over and over with no signs of stopping. My mom tried running it under cold water in case it had somehow, but however unlikely, got warm in the cupboard, but on it went. Eventually, she saw no other option but to pull it apart, and the candle just stopped. It was brushed off as, well, that was a bit odd, sort of moment, but no further real thought was given to it. The morning continued as routinely as it had started. It wasn't until a little bit later on, when we were about to get into the car, that I, as an innocent child, simply remarked, "Maybe it's somebody's birthday." And little did I realize at the time how much this simple statement would stop Mother in her tracks. As it turned out, it was in fact her father's birthday. This was the first year that she'd forgotten since he passed. I don't think my mother had ever really truly forgiven herself for pulling that candle apart after realizing who may have been trying to get in touch. A year or so later on his birthday, I remember we actually made a cake and put a single singing candle in the middle. We didn't light it, but the 2 of us sat around the same table in the kitchen in the evening, lights dimmed and waiting. Sadly, nothing. This experience opened my mind to a world that I don't think we can ever truly understand. Fortunately, ever since I moved out of my parents' house a number of years ago, and eventually changed jobs, the frequency and difficulty to explain experiences too, they've reduced to 0. Still, I remain as open-minded as I've always been on the subject. A voice warned me last night. I was laying in bed last night and I was having trouble falling asleep, so I was on my phone. I just had surgery, so I'd just been keeping my door closed so my dog didn't really come in. Around 12:06 a.m. last night, I started to hear my dog running around downstairs. And usually she's pretty quiet. She usually lays in her bed or at the top step near all of our rooms. While she was running around for about 2 minutes, maybe 3, sounded like there was something else running around with her. Sounded like my dog started digging in a pile of paper at one point, sounding like things being knocked over in the kitchen. After I heard the thing fall over, I got up to go look and I heard this voice in my head. It wasn't my voice. It sounded almost masculine. And it said, "Don't go." I've always been taught to listen to what you hear, especially with voices like that, so I stayed in bed. After I heard this voice about a minute later, my dog ran up the stairs and walked over to my door. It sounded like there were 2 of her out there, like her breathing was distorted. She stood outside my door, whimpered, then walked away. Should I be worried, and does anyone maybe have any idea about what was outside my door running around with the dog? Or what the voice was? Also, throughout the day today, my dogs have been acting really strange and distant almost. She also seems really tired. She hasn't laid down and slept yet. I've been having really weird experiences ever since moving back to Alabama. I've never really experienced anything I can definitively say was 100% a ghost encounter, but recently a lot of things have been happening ever since I moved that just seem really odd. I lived in Michigan for about 8 months, recently moved back down to Alabama due to some personal reasons. Everything seemed pretty chill for the most part, but I started seeing things out of the corner of my eyes. I didn't think anything of it at first, and it was a new house, and things aren't where they used to be, and I'm not really used to the house yet. It only makes sense that I would see something in the corner of my eye only for it to just be a dresser or something. But then it started getting really weird. The first time it happened, it was actually unexplainable. It was like a few weeks ago. I just made something to eat, and I was about to head back into my room. I walked past the recliner in the living room, and I noticed out of the corner of my eye something very clearly turn its head and look up at me. Obviously, I thought this was my cat, so I stopped to pet it. Only for there to be nothing there. I just tried to ignore it and go back into my room. The second time was also in the kitchen while I was getting food. I had just turned off the stove, and I see something very clearly in the corner of my eye. This, I think, maybe could be explained by my eye just being weird for a second. After constantly seeing things almost daily, I felt it was something odd, or rather, too odd. I'm tired, guys. The third time, and the entire reason I'm making this post, happened last night. I'd just gotten in bed getting ready to sleep. I set my alarm and took my glasses off. Then I felt something pressed down on my foot in my blanket, almost like the cat had jumped up on the bed. I usually keep my door closed, but she can't get in there. Again, I just didn't really think it much. Thought maybe the blanket was just settling. Maybe I have a fan and the wind kind of rustled it or whatever. Well, then I hear a noise over my computer desk. I have to look over and I clearly see some kind of something. A face, an animal. I don't know what it was. I shined my flashlight over towards it and nothing was there. My bedroom door was closed and there was no way for anything to get in or out of my room. So I have no idea what it was. I eventually just tried to forget about it and go to sleep, but it's still in my mind, especially after everything else I've been seeing since moving back down here. Good night, guys.